If we turn over the page to page 24, 2.2.17, please. It's the bottom of page 24, thank you. It says chairs are accountable for running the board, i.e. ensuring that the board, and then it goes through various different accountability to the chair. If we look at F, it says, with company secretary, ensuring that movement on and off the board is accompanied by appropriate induction, training and familiarisation with duties of board members and company strategy, operations and risks, and exit, confidentiality, equipment, access controls, procedures. Do you agree that that was one of your roles?
Yes.
Yes. And do you think that you fulfilled that role?
I believe so.
Could we turn to page 29, 2.2.33? There's then a detailed section on the role of a company secretary. It says a company secretary is an officer who is appointed by the company's directors to advise the board on all governance matters and codes. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. And do you think you fulfilled that?
I do.
They will normally seek to ensure compliance with the company's legal obligations. Their accountability is to the board and the chair to ensure that all appropriate governance measures are brought to the board's attention. As regards the functioning of the board, they are technically independent of the CEO and accountable to the chair. However, as an executive colleague and in a sense subordinate to the CEO, they need a very good working relationship with the CEO, who is likely to be very influential in their relationship. Do you agree with that summary?
I do, yes.
And again, do you think that you fulfilled that?
I do.
One more. Also on the same page, there are various accountabilities that are set out there at 2.2.34. A company secretary's accountabilities normally include maintaining the company's statutory books, including registers of directors and shareholders, working with chair to ensure that all board members are aware of their duties and powers, providing secretarial services to the board and all its committees, including arranging meetings, minuting meetings, working with the chair on the board agenda, and arranging participation of non-board members for specific items in board discussions, including handling sight of relevant minutes, timing of board appearances, follow-up. Do you agree with those duties, and do you think you fulfilled those?
I think I did, yes.
I think at one stage in your statement you referred to part of your role as being a conduit.
Yes.
But it does seem as though it is more than of a substantive role than simply a conduit to the board. Do you agree?
Oh, yes,
with that?
definitely.
Yes. Was your role, and we'll come on to look at a number of documents over the years, was it wider than is described here, taking forward, for example, certain strategic matters for the CEO and chair?
So, at times it was wider, but always coming back to the board. So if I did other things, it was mindful that I was doing them on behalf of and for the board.
And at the request
of the chair,
of the board.
sorry, and the chair.
I mean, that's quite an important distinction. Do you think that you were pursuing those objectives for the board or for the chair?
I think both.
And do you think that the board had sufficient oversight of that work?
I think they did. I think they did at the time.
Could we please, while we're on this report, turn to page 102? There's one more reference there to a company secretary. It's at the bottom of the page. This is a table that sets out various changes over time. That there refers to the Walker Review of the banking crisis, which proposed changes to the combined code to strengthen the principles of stewardship and greater challenge in financial services, which were taken on by other sectors. Proposal for all large listed companies included embedding a culture of challenge into boardroom behaviour. And then over the page, we see there at B, providing adequate support for non-executive directors, typically from the company secretary. Did you see that as part of your role?
I think providing adequate support for the non-execs, definitely.
Yes, and do you think you fulfilled that role?
I believe so.
One of the roles involves minuting board minutes.
Yes.
Can you assist us with what experience or what training you had in respect of
So
that skill?
I believe that one of the training courses I did before I took up the role was in minute taking. So it was an online course, and it was in minute taking.
Can you assist us with who the provider was?
I'm sorry,
No?
it's too long ago. I can't.
The post office was wholly owned by the government.
Yes.
To what extent did you consider the corporate governance rules of a commercial company to apply to the post office?
So clearly the post office did not have to comply to all of those rules, but I saw those rules as best practice, and so I would have looked at those rules and thought which of these are relevant for us, and I would have discussed, if it was necessary, would discuss that with the chair.
And what, if any, difference did you see in the governance of a publicly listed company compared to a publicly owned company?
I think we had a different type of governance, because we had governance through to the government, and therefore we had, for instance, a non-exec that was a shareholder executive representative. So in some ways there was additional governance in terms of how we were responding.
And what role did you see for the government or the civil service playing in the governance of the company?
So they were our shareholder. So in my eyes, a very important role. And having that shareholder executive, Ned, on the board was very important.
What, if any, conflicts of interest did you see between the ownership of the post office by the government?
So the only conflicts of interest in board meetings that I remember, and all board members gave a declaration at the beginning that they would speak up if there was a conflict of interest. The only conflict of interest I remember was that the shareholder executive wasn't in the room when we were discussing funding and areas that we were going to negotiate with the government. I don't see any others.
We spoke about the prosecutorial function
Yes.
of the company. Where did you consider oversight and accountability for the investigation and prosecution function to lie within the company?
So I certainly didn't see it lying with company secretary, because I had no input to any prosecutions. I would have thought it would have laid with the legal team.
Do you recall any specific mechanisms for reporting and feedback in that respect to the board?
So there was. So the board had litigation reports sent to them not at every board meeting. I think quarterly, or they would come to the board. And I think that's the way that the significant litigation was passed to the board.
And who would you expect to have fed back to the board in that respect?
So I would have expected that to be the General Counsel.
We've seen, and I don't know if you saw Ms. Crichton's evidence, but General Counsel wasn't, in fact, a member of the board.
No, she wasn't.
Was that something that you considered?
So I think it was something that Alice considered, but it was her decision that that General Counsel would not be a member of the board, or even attend board meetings.
And what was your view on that?
I don't think I had a view either way. If the chair wanted and the board wanted the General Counsel in the room, that would be fine. So I worked to the General Counsel. So the General Counsel was my boss until Chris Ojard came along, and because he was an interim, I then worked to Paula for about 9 months, and then when Jane McLeod came along, I worked again for the General Counsel. So So I'm not sure that it would have changed the board at all to have the General Counsel there.
Because you were on the board?
Well, I wasn't on the board,
No.
I was attending the board meetings, yes.
But is that why you don't believe it would make a difference, because you attended?
Yes.
And how about the contract and personnel management? Where do you consider the oversight and accountability for the contractual and personnel management of sub-postmasters to have lied within the company?
From my memory, I believed it sat in network. So there was a network director, and I believe that responsibility would have sat with them.
And again, do you recall any specific mechanisms for reporting in that respect?
No, not that I can recall.
And who would you have expected to feed back to the board?
From the network?
Yes.
That I would have expected the network director to have come to the board.
To have attended the board?
No, so the way that the board meeting worked was you had your members of the board and myself in the board meetings, and then when executive members were coming along to give a presentation or share a paper or whatever, they would come to that specific part of the board meeting.
And where do you consider oversight and accountability of issues relating to the Horizon system to have lied?
So if we're talking about Horizon as in the computer system, I would have I believed that lay with the CIO, because I believe they had the relationship with Fujitsu.
And do you recall any specific mechanism for reporting and feedback in that respect?
So I think the CEO did come to the board on a few occasions, not only talking about Horizon, talking about the wider IT.
I'm sorry, I may not have quite caught the acronym. Did you say CIO or CEO?
CIO, sorry, sir.
No, that's fine. That's what I thought, but I wasn't quite sure.
So Chief Information Officer.
Yes, Chief Information.
Sure.
And that was Leslie Sewell at the time.
Yes.
How would you judge whether something needed to be brought to the board's attention?
So I would check with the chair. If something came to my attention that I believed that either the chair or the board should know, I would check with the chair, and she would, or he, when it was Tim, they would generally say, yes, this needs to be sent to the board. If it was something that could come to a board meeting, then I would generally check the agenda with the chair. Not generally, I always check the agenda with the chair, because it was the chair's agenda. And I might have had input from executive members saying, I need to bring this paper to the board or whatever. And the chair and I would sit down and look at the agenda and agree the timings and agree the agenda.
Would you be effectively a conduit to the chair for that purpose?
Yes. So I mean, some areas came seasonally because you'd have a budget. You know, some came quarterly. Some came when the exec wanted to raise or discuss something with the board. And I would amalgamate all these into an agenda, go and see the chair and say, this is what needs to come to this board meeting. Are you happy with all those things coming? And we'd agree timings.
I now want to move on to the separation of Royal Mail and the Post Office.
Okay.
And you've said that you were involved before you became company secretary.
Yes.
In that role. Separation itself occurred shortly after you became company secretary.
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about having been appointed to such a significant role during that period? A
No.
period of great change?
No, I believed I could represent the business well. I knew the business well. I knew Royal Mail well because I had been managing the Royal Mail contract for the few years before that. So I didn't have any concerns. No, it was a tough few months because, well, it was a very serious issue that was happening.
What committees or formal groups were you a member of in respect of the decision-making for separation?
So there was one formal meeting where I think where it was the government, myself, and Royal Mail, and I think Royal Mail were represented by McKinsey's as their consultant. And I would go to that meeting. I think it was weekly, and as we got nearer to separation, it became more regular. We would have morning conference calls, which lasted about an hour, and then in terms of me taking that information back into the post office, I cannot specifically remember who sat on which committees, but the post office had a separation working group where I would bring the information back from the large committee and say, these are the areas we're discussing, and this is where Royal Mail wants to go, and this is what I've told them where we are, but I need more information from the experts in the business, if you like, because we talked about every single aspect of the business and how it would be affected by this separation.
You've said that you discussed every aspect of the business.
Felt like it.
To what extent was there discussion about the Horizon system?
So I honestly do not remember there being a specific discussion about the Horizon system. I do remember there being discussion about IT, and I went because we were talking about splitting the IT systems. And I'm not sure that happened on the date of separation, because I think I seem to remember that Leslie came to the board to talk about separation later. So not everything separated on the 1st of April 2012, because it would have been impossible to do that. And the separation actually carried on probably for another 2-3 years.
What discussion, if any, was there about the prosecutorial function from what you can
I don't remember any discussion about that.
So there were discussions about lots of things, but not the two matters that are quite important for this inquiry.
Not that I can remember.
Were you involved in developing the governance structures at the post office that would follow the separation?
Only in terms of the board.
And what do you recall of significant changes that you...
So post office always had a board, but it wasn't an independent board. And the reason that the board was put in place before separation was that otherwise post office was almost negotiating with its boss, because Royal Mail was its boss. So they wanted to split the board and give us an independent board before separation, so that board could then have the governance. And I was involved with that governance in terms of helping Alice set up the board, finding non-exec directors, and all the things that have to happen before you set up a board.
Were you involved in the development of policies and procedures in respect of governance, or was it more structural?
More structural.
Could we please turn to poll 00179491? And this is a chain of emails that relate to the investigations and prosecution function within the post office and the drafting of a memorandum of understanding. Could we start on page 4, please? It's the second half of the page on page 4 and over to page 5. There's an email here from John Scott, who's the post office head of security, to Mike Young. Do you recall who Mike Young was?
So Mike Young was, I think, the chief information officer at the time.
Thank you. He says, Mike, and this is 6th of March 2012, we believe we're close to an agreement. There have been a number of debating points, but are now down to the last two. Number 1, Royal Mail Group security focused primarily on investigations and prosecution with a view for compensation via the courts, and then supported by crime prevention post-apprehension. They seek to allow further theft/crime to continue in order to be able to identify and apprehend the offender for such prosecution. Post Office Security will support this approach in most circumstances, but cannot agree on every occasion which has been discussed. And then if we go down the page over to the next page, you have the second debating point, number 2. Royal Mail Group Security wish to take the prosecution lead for offences committed against Royal Mail Group products, including post office employees and or agents. Post Office Security position is that the lead/parent organisation of the employee/agent apprehended should take the lead for prosecution, in line with their HR and prosecution policy, and will be the organisation most likely to have the evidential material in which to support a prosecution. If we go over to page 3, please. The bottom of that page, John Scott sends an email, he forwards the email to a number of people, and you're one of the named people there. Do you recall this discussion?
I don't recall this discussion, no.
Why would you have been copied into a discussion relating to the investigations MOU? Was that?
I think purely because of my separation role. So on here you've got a lot of people who were part of that separation team, if you like, from Royal Mail as well as from Post Office.
If we have a look at the bottom of page 1 over to page 2, please, there's a response from Tony Marsh, who is the Group Security Director at the Royal Mail Group. Do you remember Mr. Marsh?
I do, yes.
You're still copied in here.
Yep.
And he says, colleagues, the conference call will take place. The main issue has been unflagged changes made by the Post Office in return documents, etc. If we scroll down, I'm going to just read that paragraph that begins, it is inaccurate. He says, it is inaccurate and disingenuous for John to state, and it quotes the bit I think that I've just read, RMG security focused primarily on investigations and prosecution with a view to compensation via the courts, and then supported by crime prevention post-apprehension. They seek to allow further theft/crime to continue in order to be able to identify and apprehend the offender for such prosecution, as he does in his associated email of the 6th of March to Mike Young. If this was the basis of John's briefings to Mike Young, then some of Mr. Young's more inexplicable beliefs and positions may now be better understood. Royal Mail Security naturally pursues a strategy of prevention, deterrence, disruption and detection, with prosecution and asset recovery a key element of the deterrence approach. Royal Mail Security would never seek to prolong offending behaviour, as this would exacerbate losses to the organisation and its customers, impact negatively on customer satisfaction and public perception, and might result in an offender facing increased penalties, which would in itself be an affront to natural justice. Any suggestion to the contrary is unprofessional and does John little credit. Do you recall tensions between the investigations and security branches of the Royal Mail and the Post Office?
So I didn't at the time. Having read this now, it's very clear that there were tensions between the two of them, and yeah, it's very clear.
I mean, if we scroll up to page 1, please, in the middle email, there is an email from yourself to Susan Crichton. You say Mike would have stamped on this very quickly.
So my response there was that if Mike thought that he was not being presented with all the information by John, he would have very quickly gone and sorted that out, basically.
So are you there saying that Mr. Marsh is wrong? Or?
No. I'm saying, so from what we've just heard, my understanding is that Tony Marsh is saying that John Scott has misrepresented something to Mike Young. And my point here is that, and Mike's on that email chain, Mike would have very quickly stamped on that and gone back to John and said, I'm being given the wrong information here.
Did you know John Scott at this time?
Yes, I knew him.
And did you have a view on his abilities?
I didn't know him well enough to have a view on his abilities, really. I just knew him as a colleague in the business.
If we scroll up, we see a response from Susan Crichton, and she says, oh no, it's all Leslie needs at the moment. Can you assist us with that at all?
No. And is so?
Leslie Sewell is copied into
Are
something.
we assuming Leslie is John Scott's boss? I don't know the hierarchy, so I don't know what Susan's referring to here.
And you have no recollection of this particular chain?
No.
Thank you. That can come down. In terms of taking over the prosecution and investigation functions from the Royal Mail Group,
Yes.
did you have any training, were you given any training on the particular legal and regulatory obligations on the Post Office as a prosecutor?
No.
Were you aware of, for example, the ongoing duties of disclosure?
No.
Did you give the board or enable the board to have a briefing on their duties as a prosecuting body?
So I believe there was, I think it's later though, there was a discussion at the board around prosecution, but not at the start of them becoming a board, no.
So there was discussion, I think, once the Horizon issues are
Yes,
raised
yes.
in the board. But in terms of them taking over an entirely new function, are you aware of any briefing about their duties?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who do you consider was responsible to ensure that the board had systems in place so that they were aware of their legal and regulatory responsibilities?
So it would have been, in terms of governance, it would have been myself along with the chair.
And do you see any issue there?
I think it would have been helpful, knowing what I know now. It would have been helpful if the board had a briefing on prosecutions.
And do you reflect on that as a personal failing?
It wouldn't have been for me to provide that, but I could have gone and asked for whoever was now taking over the prosecutions to come to the board and explain prosecutions to the board.
It wouldn't have been for you to provide the training or the briefing itself.
No.
But as somebody who is responsible for the governance function within the board, do you take some responsibility for not having that briefing?
Yes, I have to.
Earlier to Mr. Blake, when he was asking you about when you first realised that either Royal Mail or Post Office exercised a prosecution function, you gave me the impression, and I'm not saying that in any critical sense, that you were not actually aware that that function was being exercised by either until a date after separation. Now, on the face of it, that may be quite surprising, given that something as important as prosecuting is passing from Royal Mail to Post Office. So could we just revisit your best recollection of when you were aware that first Royal Mail, if at all, secondly Post Office, were actually exercising a prosecution function?
So, sir, I'm not sure in that email, and we'd have to bring it back up, if it suggests that we are prosecuting, and if it does, then that's something I missed.
Well, I'm not too concerned. I don't
Okay.
think it does, subject to Mr. Blake correcting me. But I'm more interested in the fact that there's going to be a transition from Royal Mail prosecuting people to Post Office prosecuting people. And from what you've told me, so far at least, there was simply no discussion of amongst any of the senior people of which you were aware that this was going to happen. Now, is that right?
No, I'm saying I wasn't aware. There was discussion between senior people, clearly, because we've just, and Mike Young, who was the chief information officer, he would have owned this, and there must also have been a handover in the legal team, with lawyers coming from Royal Mail to Post Office. My comment earlier was that, and I still would I think stick to that. I wasn't aware of the detail of us prosecuting. So the assumption I made until later, when I found out about it, was that we were using external, the police or whoever, to do those prosecutions.
And when you refer to senior people, I mean, we're
Yes.
concerned really today principally with the board.
Yes.
Do you think if the board had known about it, you would have known about it?
I think so.
So we've seen emails with Mike Young in, John Scott in, about the investigations memorandum of understanding
Yes,
as an
yes.
example. If that had reached board level and there had been discussion about the prosecution function at board level, you would have known about it.
And it would have been in the minutes. Yes.
Well, I suppose board level doesn't necessarily mean formal
okay.
board discussion.
So I still believe I would have known about it, because the general practice was that anything going out to the board was sent via me, so that we could keep an understanding of what's being sent to the board, because otherwise it wouldn't be there would not be good governance if anybody could send anything to the board.
And do you find it surprising or unsurprising that that kind of a matter wouldn't reach board level?
Well, a lot of things that happened through separation and the agreements between Royal Mail and Post Office I don't believe, went to board level. Because there would have just been too many of them. However, this is an important issue that the board, I believe, should have been aware of, and I'm not sure they were.
I now want to ask you just about your lines of reporting, because
Yes.
You've given some evidence already about that you reported to two general counsels, first Susan Crichton,
Yes.
second Jane McLeod. There was this period in between the two where Mr. Ojar was interim general counsel. Am I right in saying you didn't report to Mr. Ojar? During that period, you reported directly to the CEO?
That's right.
Were you the most senior officer to be reporting to the general counsel?
I mean, the general counsel also had a head of legal and other people in their team, so I wouldn't have considered myself any more senior than some of those people, but I was the only officer of the board
Yes.
reporting to the general counsel.
Could we please have a look at WITN 100010102? This is an organogram that has been produced as an exhibit by Jane McLeod. We can see there at the top, poll board, and your position is on the top right-hand side, company secretary.
Yes.
We then see below that the structure that falls underneath the chief executive and then the general counsel. If we have a look to the left-hand side, it says there company secretary prior to 2016 reporting directly to the chief executive. Is that wrong?
That's wrong. So there was a period in 2016, which was when Chris Ojard was general counsel, and it's only for that period that I reported to the chief exec.
And then we see on the right-hand side of that company secretariat and company secretary, and the line going there to general counsel. Is that more of how you saw, other than that temporary
Yes.
position, that's where you saw your reporting
Yes.
line? Is it in any way odd that you are a member of the board, but reporting to somebody who was not a member of the board and is considerably below the board?
So I didn't consider it odd. It didn't change the way I behaved or on a day-to-day basis. It didn't. Although I was a member of the General Counsel's team, I considered myself also a member of the chair's team and a member of the board's team. So no, I don't think it changed the way I behaved that I was a member of the General Counsel's team.
Who would induct the General Counsel? We've seen a bit of movement during this period.
So that would have been the outgoing General Counsel. I believe that Susan would have done the induction for Chris O'Jard, and Chris O'Jard would have done the induction for Jane McLeod.
And did you oversee that at all?
No.
There's quite a lot of movement at quite an important time for this inquiry. I mean, just to give you a very brief timeline, we have the separation in April 2012.
Yes.
We have the second site interim report in July 2013. We have various important advice. Gareth Clark's advice on Mr. Clark's advice on Gareth Jenkins in July 2013.
Yes.
Mr. Clark's advice on the retention of materials, shredding advice in August 2013. We have Susan Crichton leaving towards the latter half of 2013. Mr. O'Jard taking his position in October 2013. Throughout the later period, so 2014, you have issues with the mediation scheme. And then you have Jane McLeod taking over in January of 2015. How were those 2013 issues from Susan Crichton's time passed to somebody like Jane McLeod? How would the company ensure that institutional knowledge from 2013 moved to the person who took on the role in 2015?
So my understanding is that the briefing from Susan to Chris O'Jard, I believe Susan did that, and she would also have had at the time a head of legal who would presumably have, not that I have any knowledge, but would have briefed Chris O'Jard on the legal issues that are going on with the company. I don't specifically remember, or I don't believe that I was involved in that briefing, although I must have briefed him about the board because that was my role.
But you don't recall being responsible in any way for that passing of information?
No, not at all.
Thank you, that can come down. I want to move on now to your early work on what I'll call horizon issues.
Okay.
And we see some emails. The first one I'll look at is March 2012. That's poll 000965052. It's an email chain of the 13th of March 2012. It's an email from Alice Perkins to Paula Venables, Susan Crichton, yourself, and Leslie Sewell. And it says, the subject is James Arbuthnot. And it says, Alwen will do a note of the meeting for you and attach on a personal basis a document which James Arbuthnot gave me. I won't duplicate that, but would like to talk to you about this once you've had a chance to read them and what follows. I think James Arbuthnot genuinely wants to seek a resolution to the difficulties concerned and is willing to believe that we will do the right things. There is a real prize for us in finding an effective way of convincing him and his fellow MPs that things are as they should be. He believes that this will quieten down private eye and would prevent proposed escalation, e.g. adjournment, debate, etc. To do this, we might commission a new independent review of the Horizon-related questions, my thought, or invite him, accompanied by someone from Computer Weekly, to visit the model office and be shown how Horizon works, his suggestion, or something else altogether. I promised to go back to him once I had the chance to consider all this. I would like to do so by Easter, or at least have fixed a further meeting by then. I'm asking Glenda to set up a meeting to discuss this amongst ourselves in the next couple of weeks. So there's a small group here who are discussing James Arbuthnot and what looks like what ultimately becomes Second Sight's investigation.
Yes.
Why were you part of this group?
Well, so I went with Alice to visit James Arbuthnot, and this is the note she's asking for about that meeting. I believe Alice wanted me to be involved when she couldn't be around, almost as her ears on anything that was discovered.
Do you think that is part of the role of company secretary, or is that something else?
I think it is part of the role of company secretary to flag up issues to the chair if they arise, and you have to be part of the conversation to enable you to flag those issues up.
Were you there simply to listen or to provide a substantive contribution?
So I think when Alice was in the room, I was there to listen and take a note and support her and therefore the board. When she wasn't in the room, I would contribute, but I also always did so thinking that I'm here representing Alice and the board.
Could we turn, please, to poll 00107712? We're now on the 11th of April. If we could start on page 3, please. There's an email from yourself to Rod Ismay, and you say, Rod, can we have the file on this office as well? I will ask Glenda to organise an urgent meeting with the four of us to go through both files to see if there are similarities. If Oliver and James are coming, it would be great to be able to look at the key strokes which caused this and explain why they happened. So this is relating to Oliver Letwin. So we've now got James Arbuthnot and Oliver Letwin.
Yes.
And you're asking Rod Ismay to provide you with a file, is that right? Do you recall this
I don't
issue?
recall it, but from reading it now, yes, I
think it's the case of Miss Merritt that was being raised by Oliver Letwin.
Yes.
A few questions in relation to this. I mean, first of all, were you then taking a slightly more proactive role?
So I believe I was trying to get all the people that were inputting to the notes for Alice and Paula for this meeting to provide information so that a note could be written. That's my belief of what's going on here.
Reference here to looking at the keystrokes which caused the issue.
Yes.
You had, by this stage, worked at the Post Office and Royal Mail for a very considerable period of time.
Yes.
You had worked with sub-postmasters.
Yes.
You had, as you say, used Horizon but never balanced on Horizon.
Yes.
What did you mean by keystrokes?
What I meant by this was that we're going to talk about two cases. What I would have liked to see was the accounts for those two cases, which show all the transactions, the keystrokes that have gone into those accounts, so that we can somehow find out where a discrepancy has happened, where a mistake has happened. So that's what I mean by keystrokes.
Keystrokes implies some sort of recording of every single move that a sub-postmaster makes.
Yes.
What was your understanding of the information that was available to either sub-postmasters or to the post office in that respect?
So my understanding at this point and was that a sub-postmaster could see everything in their account, and they would be able to look at their account and look at all the transactions and understand what had happened.
And did you understand that they could look at the transactions or the keystrokes? Because those are two different things, aren't they?
Okay, so in my head, I don't differentiate between those two things. That's maybe because I'm not as IT literate or whatever. But what I thought I was saying here was I would like to look at the keystrokes for each transaction. So
every step that led up to the transaction.
Yes.
And did Mr. Ismay or anybody come back to you and say that's possible or not possible?
Not that I can remember. I think we got a report. I think we got the files through that we needed to put together the brief for the two MPs.
Did you at this stage know what ARQ data was?
No.
Do you recall looking at what you understood to be the keystroke data at that time, or the transaction data?
So I didn't look at this in any detail. The people who were providing this would provide this for the report for the MPs. I didn't have the knowledge to be able to challenge any of these reports.
Could we turn to poll 0005756, please? And this is a note from the 3rd of May 2012 discussion on James Arbuthnot and Oliver Letwin meeting. This is your note. I think your name is at the bottom of it. Do you recognise it?
I don't recognise it, but it clearly is my note.
And it has there present Alice, Paula, Susan and Alwen, so a very small group, Chair, Chief Executive, General Counsel and yourself.
Yes.
On the 17th of May, we have James Arbuthnot and Oliver Letwin arriving at 10:30, with Oliver Letwin leaving at 11:30 and James Arbuthnot leaving at 12 o'clock. The best outcome of this meeting would be a position where they believe our evidence in their individual constituents' cases and support how we are handling the current situation. Longer term, once they are assured by the review of Horizon, they could help to win others round. If we scroll down on the same page, one of the bullet points says as follows. It says, explain the old and new Horizon systems and that any live system review would have to be on the new system, although we have an audit trail of every keystroke in the old system kept for 7 years. There's again there the reference to keystrokes.
Yes.
Was that a term that the other attendees at this meeting would have used, or is this your wording?
So this is my note of the conversations in the meeting. So I don't know whose words those are in the meeting. So I don't know what the others in the meeting knew, and I don't know who mentioned keystrokes, if it was me or someone else. I don't know.
Do you recall anyone ever challenging that term, or anyone explaining the level of information that was or was not available to the post office?
No.
Were you aware of costs involved in obtaining what we know as ARQ or audit data?
No, I didn't know what ARQ data existed, or what it was called, or whatever.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 001807773? We're still in 2012. If we scroll down, there's an email from Hugh Flemington. So if we, yeah, that's fine, thank you. So it's Mr. Pardo to Hugh Flemington. Susan Crichton is copied in. It's then forwarded to you by Hugh Flemington slightly above, but we can stick with this email to start with. Did you know Mr. Pardo?
Yes.
So he says, It's related to Wingcore ATM log fault. And he says, as per our conversation, I have been advised that a contract termination issue has been passed by former sub-postmaster to Shoesmiths in regards to alleged Horizon issues and an erroneous entry in an ATM log, not a Horizon log. And it gives the details. Brampton SPSO Barnsley, contract termination due to an aged debt of £20,000. Former sub-postmaster claims ATM/Horizon was at fault for the loss in as much as a transferred to ATM figure doubled up. Matter dealt with by conduct and not prosecution. Whilst in summary, the former sub-postmaster was not operating the ATM reconciliation correctly, she is alleging that the Horizon system and ATM machine generated the loss and that she has been the innocent victim in this matter. If we scroll up, please, we have Mr. Flemington sending you and Ms. Crichton that email and saying, so a possible ATM issue rather than Horizon this time. And your response was, this isn't the only ATM one though, so we need to be careful we don't make the next computer system they want a forensic review of. Make that the next computer system they want a forensic review of. Can you assist us with why you were being copied in and why this correspondence was taking place with Mr. Flemington?
So I don't know why I was copied in by Hugh. So I don't know.
I mean, we've seen your involvement with James Arbuthnot, with
Yes,
Oliver Letwin.
yes.
By this stage, were you taking more of an active role in those discussions regarding potential litigation? For example, we see here the mention of Shoesmiths, which is a law firm.
I don't believe I had any involvement in the Shoesmith issues, but this it may well be that Hugh thought because of the James Arbuthnot and the MP meetings that it mentions Horizon, so I needed to be included.
And your comment there that we've got to be careful we don't make that the next computer system they want a forensic review of. Was that reflective of a general view in the company? Was that something that was simply your own view?
So I think that I think I must have known at the time, and I don't recall now, but I must have known at the time that there were issues with the ATM reconciliations and how those numbers got put into Horizon, but it was a completely separate system. So I don't know why I made that comment. No, I don't know.
Could we please turn to poll 001808330? We're now just over a week later, 28th of June, on page 2, please. Hugh Flemington sends Paula Venables an email. Hi, Paula, I just wanted to flag this court case to you. We have a civil, not criminal case in court tomorrow where we have already had an admission from the sub-postmaster that she owed us the money. Tomorrow sees us try to put a charge on her property, so if she ever sells it, we hopefully get paid back out of the sale proceeds. And then it gives a brief history, and it says she started out as a sub-postmistress in 2008 and seems to have had balancing issues from the start. She closed temporarily in 2010 due to ill health and finally for good in 2011. We never terminated her because of her illness. She resigned in June 2011, but it seems by November 2011 we had noticed losses, £10,000. The husband then makes various allegations. However, the sub-postmistress offers a debt management payment, which we reject, only £5 a month. We issued court proceedings for the whole debt in February this year, and the sub-postmistress admitted the debt. We then took the steps to place a charging order on the property to try to ensure we actually see the money if they ever sell the property. Mr. Flemington proposes as follows. He says, I think we proceed with the hearing. And over the page, please, on page 3, top of page 3, he says, I don't think we should agree to any adjournment application, as it will just encourage more debtors to play the system and use these tactics to slow down our ability to recover. They will all jump on the bandwagon. We will, however, need to manage the PR side, and Alana has already been briefed by Chris, our litigator. If we scroll down, it details the complaint by the sub-postmistress's husband. It's the 4th bullet point there, halfway through that. It says, Mr. Etheridge appears to have blamed the ATM for the losses, but he never sets out any specific allegations. He also refers to a lack of adequate training, and at one point appears to blame staff members for entering incorrect detail on to the Horizon system. No specific allegations are made about the Horizon system itself. He also accuses the business of failing to provide adequate support. If we scroll, please, to page 1, the bottom of page 1, Hugh Flemington sends this email to yourself, Paula Venables and Susan Crichton. So again, the same small team that we saw before. For your information only, update on this one for you. The hearing went ahead last Friday and we were granted a final charging order over Mrs. Etheridge, over her house. The district judge made it clear this doesn't mean the post office can force her to sell her property. It just protects the post office's position if she ever does sell. And the bottom point says, apparently Mr. Etheridge turned up to court with a bundle of papers, including correspondence with his MP. We have not had sight of this bundle, but have requested a copy. And if we scroll up, please, there's a response from Ms. Venables. She says, Hugh, thank you very much. Just so I'm clear, does this mean we got the outcome you wanted, i.e. no adjournment and future repayment of the debt? And his response is as follows. Yes, we got the outcome we wanted, and we have the flexibility not to press it further, etc., if we ever want to be caring, etc. And yes, we're looking at the whole area of I think that's prosecutions, etc., and things like economic cut-off levels below which we don't chase, etc. Can you assist us with why you were copied into this email?
So I don't know why I was copied into this email. It may well have been because that enabled them to update Alice. I don't know. I don't remember updating Alice from this email. So I don't remember this email, but I would imagine it was because it was a Horizon issue and Hugh felt that I needed to know about it.
It looks as though from the summer of 2012, the post office was looking into the whole area of prosecution and things like economic cut-off levels, so perhaps not going after the smaller cases. Yes. Is that something as company secretary would have been relevant to your role as company secretary?
No, I think Susan Crichton as general counsel was the person leading on that. My only role would have been if and when it came to the board, so that the board it was explained to them what decisions the business were making.
Would it be of relevance to the board that the whole area of prosecutions was being rethought at that stage?
So I don't know if the board knew that at this point. And my expectation would be that when we have something to tell the board, we would then take that to the board and saying, this is what we've considered and this is the changes we would want to make.
And do you recall following that up at all, asking any questions at this stage about the business looking at the whole area of prosecutions?
I don't, because I would have seen there that Susan was picking that up.
Would you have independently taken anything forward to the board, or would you have relied on Susan Crichton to raise it as an issue with you?
So I would have relied on Susan Crichton.
So that is probably an appropriate moment to take our first morning break. Could we?
All right. What time? 11:10?
Thank you very much.
Fine.
Thank you. So can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Sticking with the summer of 2012, can we please look at poll 001800986, please? And if we could please turn to page 2, 19th of July 2012. We have an email here from Ian Henderson of Second Sight to Susan Crichton. And there is a draft policy statement regarding what by then is the Justice for Sub-Postmaster Alliance submitted cases. Mr. Henderson says this is probably way off, but this is the sort of briefing note that Janet and I discussed this afternoon. Can you recall who Janet was?
So Janet was James Arbuthnot's PA or executive assistant, actually.
Thank you.
It was Janet Walker.
The statement, the draft statement, says as follows. The Post Office has agreed that the Office of the Right Honourable James Arbuthnot should contact Alan Bates and the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance and request that they submit approximately 5 of their best cases for independent review by Second Sight Support Services Limited. So this is the beginning of Second Sight's work on those cases. There is a section at the bottom that addresses individuals bringing their cases to the attention of Second Sight and to James Arbuthnot. The Second Sight were proposing a system whereby sub-postmasters could provide information without fearing that that information would be used to prosecute them. And the draft announcement says as follows. It says, the Post Office also recognises that some members of the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance may have concerns about submitting cases for independent review by Second Sight, where even basic case information is communicated to the Post Office. Whilst the Post Office cannot provide any form of immunity from prosecution in respect of information held by the Post Office, in recognition of the concerns expressed by the JFSA, the Post Office agrees not to take any prosecution action relating to information provided by the JFSA without the agreement of the board of the Post Office and to deal with each case submitted in a sensitive manner. So just pausing there, by this stage undoubtedly you were aware that the Post Office carried out a prosecution function.
Yes.
Could we please turn to the first page, the bottom of the first page. There's an email from Susan Crichton to yourself and Mr. Baker. She says as follows, Alwen and Simon, can we discuss? Ian produced this at my request because Kay Linnell, forensic accountant, make much of the fact that she had been contacted by a number of current sub-postmasters who had issues with Horizon but were too frightened to contact the Post Office because of the consequences. Obviously, we want to be able to review these current cases, but I said we could not give a blanket undertaking not to prosecute. So this is the result. What do you think? Why is Susan Crichton contacting yourself and Mr. Baker?
I think she's contacting me because it mentions the board. So in the proposal, it mentions that the board could be almost sign off cases being allowed into the scheme.
I think the proposal was that they wouldn't prosecute without the authority of the board.
Right, yes. So I think that's why Susan has included me in this.
And if we scroll up, we have your response. You say, don't really like the board being involved, but can't see any way around it. My concern is that this becomes the route for misbalances and cases which could be sorted by Angela or Rod, and their teams will use this route for business as usual. Susan Crichton says, thought we could substitute EXCO. Is your understanding of that she is proposing to replace the board with the executive committee in terms of that authorisation?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. And then you respond and say, yes, I think so, if possible. It was only at that stage 5 cases that were being looked at by Second Sight. Why did you not want that to go to the board?
Because it might have stopped at 5, and it didn't feel to me as if it was a board decision.
Were issues such as misbalances seen as principally matters for the executive committee and below? at this stage?
So I think the misbalance is, I think that Angela had already started a piece of work looking at improving support, and I would have expected misbalances to go through there rather than come to the board.
Was this, we see that your response there, was that a decision you made on your own?
I don't know. I may well have run this past Alice. I've no evidence that I did that, but I may well have done.
It certainly appears from this email that you were acting as some sort of filter mechanism for the board. Is that something that you would routinely do?
So if anybody had come to me and said, we'd like the board to do this, I would generally have gone to the chair and said, not necessarily to do with anything in the business. I would have gone to the chair and said, do you think this is appropriate for the board? Is it the right level? And we'd have had that discussion.
And in this particular case, you're not sure whether you did that or not?
I can't remember.
Perhaps if we scroll down slightly on this page, we have the email from Susan Crichton to yourself at 10:58, your response at 2:51. Is it likely or unlikely that you would have had a conversation between those hours?
I can't say. If Alice had been in the office, for instance, I may well have popped into her office and said, Alice, can I just run this past you?
I mean, you refer there to, for example, my concern is that this becomes...
Yes, I'm not saying that and it may well have, if I had talked to Alice, I may well have said I've spoken to Alice and she believes this. So I can't say one way or the other whether I spoke to the chair.
Given that it doesn't say I spoke to Alice and given that it says my
then
concern,
it's unlikely. Sorry.
Is it more likely or less likely that this is something that you decided on your own?
I can't really say, but it's probably more likely because I probably would have put it in the email if I'd spoken to Alice.
Thank you. Could we turn to poll 00143704 in the bottom of the first page? We have an appointment reminder or placeholder, room 108, and by conference call, and the attendees required, Susan, that's Susan Crichton, then yourself, Simon Baker, Ron and Ian, that's Ron Warmington and Ian Henderson. Did you have regular meetings at this stage with Second Sight?
So yes, there were regular meetings with Second Sight.
How regular were they?
I can't really say how regular, but we had a lot of contact with them.
And why were you a required attendee?
So, again, I think it would have been because I went to the initial meeting with Alice and all the things flowing from that, and Horizon was now... We're coming up to, I think, the Second Sight interim report.
We're still in 2012 at this
okay,
stage, so
sorry.
we're still some way off.
Some way off that, okay. So I think I was included in things because of the initial contact with Alice, and that's why I was included and was invited to meetings. And
I mean, you weren't just invited; you were a required attendee.
Yes.
Suggests that you had
part.
some.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
I mean, there are only a very small number of people, 3 people from the post office. It is suggestive that you played more than just, for example, a note-taking role.
No, I did take part in these meetings.
Yes. Could we now move on then to 2013? And could we start with poll 00184716? And this is February 2013. If we scroll down, please, there's an email from Mr. Warmington to Susan Crichton. I think you've said in your witness statement, it's paragraph 163, that you were involved in ensuring that Second Sight's questions were addressed by the most appropriate person.
Yes.
Here we have a complaint from Second Sight in relation to the information that's being provided by the Post Office. Mr. Warmington says as follows, he says, Susan, as previously reported, Ian and I are getting seriously concerned about whether the Post Office is getting to grips with issues that we are raising. Only Angela van der Bogert seems to have grasped the need to really dig into these assertions and join with us, Ian and I, in our efforts to seek the truth. An air of defensiveness still seems to dominate here, and we don't seem to be able to get the message across that there is no future in the Post Office simply trying to defend its patch by constantly refuting with scant effort or evidence every allegation that we put forward. Was that a complaint that you recognised at the time?
So I'm not sure I do, or I did. I can't remember this specific email, but I think my role here was to try and find the right people that could help Second Sight get what they needed. I don't think, at this point, they are sharing what they need. I think they're sharing the allegations with us, but I'm not sure we've seen any evidence at this point. I think we're just we're responding to allegations.
Yes.
And therefore maybe it appeared we were defensive.
If we scroll up, please, we then have a response from Susan Crichton to yourself, and she says, can we have a chat about this when you get a moment? Do you recall speaking with Susan Crichton about concerns that were being raised by Second Sight about an air of defensiveness at Post Office?
I don't recall.
Why would Susan Crichton want to talk to you about the content of this email?
I don't recall this email. I don't know what she wanted to talk to me about. It could have been that she wanted me to help put some more pressure on people to be providing Second Sight with the information they needed.
And was that part of your role?
I did chase people for people, yes, I did chase.
And at whose instigation?
So I believed that the chair had agreed to this, the Second Sight review. The chair wanted it to go ahead, and my belief was that I had to help it as much as possible to get to the information it needed as quickly as possible. So why am I doing this? Because I believed I was expected to do that because we'd signed up to Second Sight doing this review.
Expected by who?
By the chair and by the, you can't say the business because that's not an entity, but ultimately by the chair.
We'll also see in due course complaints from Second Sight that they were being provided with large amounts of irrelevant information. Is that a complaint that you recognise?
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that.
Let's turn to poll 00185741. And there's a note of a meeting with Second Sight, the 11th of March 2013. Are these your notes?
Does it say at the bottom?
It doesn't have a name at the bottom.
Unlikely, I think, but they could be.
Attendees, we have yourself and Simon Baker with Mr. Henderson and Mr. Warmington. Were you the most senior Post Office representative at that meeting, would you say?
Yes, probably.
If we scroll down we have items discussed. One of them is John Armstrong case. Very simple incident, occurred last year. Customer wanted to pay for a phone bill. While it was being processed, there was a power failure. Horizon backed out the transaction without communicating this to the sub-postmaster. For the first time, we have evidence Horizon has done something without reporting to the sub-postmaster. These incidents seem to be limited to power or communication failures. Some evidence that sub-postmasters have raised these types of issues with the post office, but the post office has fobbed off the sub-postmaster, e.g. of letter from Andy Wynne. We expect to receive this spot review by the end of the week. This seems to be the first evidence that they have seen of that Horizon could do something without a sub-postmaster knowing that it was being done. Do you agree with that?
So this must be Second Sight's note because they are the way it's written. So I don't know exactly what happens when there's a communication failure. I always believed that a report was generated by Horizon to tell the sub-postmasters what had happened, what had gone through, and what hadn't. So I'm unclear about how I would have responded to Second Sight saying this.
If your position before this meeting was that the sub-postmaster would be able to see what went wrong, and we saw this morning your reference to, for example, keystrokes and that kind of information, and you are here finding out that for the first time there is evidence that Horizon has done something without reporting it to the sub-postmaster. That must have been quite a significant moment for you, mustn't it?
So I would have wanted to see the evidence of what they've got here, what Second Sight are saying, and I don't remember seeing any evidence.
Do you remember asking for the evidence?
I don't.
Do you remember doing anything about this particular information?
I don't, because I think I would still have believed that the sub-postmaster could see this disconnect.
We have a meeting with Second Sight where you are the most senior attendee from the post office, where you are being told for the first time that they have evidence that Horizon has done something without reporting it to the sub-postmaster. Must that not have been a very significant moment in your career?
So, as I say, I still believe that the sub-postmaster could see this, and I should have asked for more evidence, and I don't believe I would have done. Although I was the most senior person here, I'm not the IT person here. Simon is. So I would have expected him to have also picked up on this.
Second Sight were your independent investigators,
yes,
who have been appointed by the post office to carry out an independent investigation. Whether you, somebody who wasn't familiar with IT, thought or didn't think that the system could do something, you're here being told that in fact it can do something without telling a sub-postmaster.
So yes, that is a serious issue. I don't remember in Second Sight's interim report it having this.
No, well, that's further down the line. We're now only in March 2030.
Yes, yes.
But do you recall raising it?
I don't, no.
No. If we look down there in actions, and it says Alwen to discuss with Alice the confidentiality conditions of the MP's meeting and her status/role at the meeting. Can you assist us with the her status/role at the meeting? Is that your role or Alice's role at the meeting?
Alice's role, I'd have said.
I think you're the only one who's listed here to be having a conversation with the chair. Were you at this meeting effectively the route between Second Sight and the chair?
Well, I suppose I was always the route between Second Sight and the chair. I was the route of anything and the chair.
And do you recall a conversation with Alice Perkins following this meeting?
I don't.
Could we please turn to poll 001862990? And we'll start at the bottom of the first page, 10th of April 2013. Simon Baker emails to yourself and to Susan Crichton. Again, it's that team of three. Susan Alwen, next Wednesday morning, I've scheduled an off-site meeting with the three of us to get some thinking time to cover the following points, and he sets out their various points. And then he says, Ian is holding the date in his diary. Ron can't make it in person, but could join us on the phone. So it seems as though they're trying to schedule a meeting with Second Sight, Ian and Ron. Do you recall? Do you recall that?
No, no? I don't recall that specific meeting.
If we scroll up, please, we have a response from yourself. You say, this isn't in my diary. I think that must be, I'm perhaps meant to be with Alice in Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
And then if we look at the top email from Susan Crichton to yourself, she says, Alwen, are you going to be with her all morning? Simon and I need some time with you to work out the strategy for taking this forward, and your input was key, as we need to decide how we deal with the aftermath of the James Arbuthnot meeting and how to take this forward. It seems from that email that Susan Crichton has formed the view that your input is key in those meetings. Is that something you would agree with or not?
Well, it's key because they want to decide in the aftermath of the James Arbuthnot meeting. So it's key because, again, that they want my input, clearly. And it would be input with the board in mind and with things in mind that because that's the position I came from.
You say with the board in mind?
Or with the chair in mind.
With the chair in mind?
Yes, not the board.
So this is, again, with the background, if we trace it back to where we started this morning,
yes,
with the meeting with James Arbuthnot, the meeting with Oliver Letwin,
yes,
you were, in your view, acting on behalf of the chair in these meetings that followed with Second Sight?
Yes.
Had you been asked to carry out that role by the board?
No.
Did you see your role as acting in this role as company secretary or as something else?
I don't think you could say it was the traditional company secretary role. I think it was wider than that.
Wider or separate to that?
I still think it was predicated on the chair and going back to supporting the chair and being the chair's ears and eyes in the business, if you like. So I think it was still supporting that role.
In your training to become company secretary, was part of that training informing you that you were to be the chair's ears and eyes on the business?
So I think there was something about facilitating the chair, the chair's connection with the business, but this is quite a long time ago now. I can't specifically remember what was in that training.
But did you see it as part of your role as company secretary to be attending these kinds of meetings and to be pursuing objectives on what you understood to be on behalf of the chair?
So no, I think it was wider than my traditional company secretary role.
And was that something you ever discussed with the chair? Why am I performing a job that is not in fact the job of a company secretary? I
can't remember having that conversation with the chair. I had weekly one-to-ones with the chair, and the chair would have known I was doing this work. So But I don't specifically remember asking her, do you want me to do this work on your behalf?
But did you have any concerns that you're being asked to do a role that is in fact not the role of a company secretary?
I don't think so at the time.
And looking back at it now, do you think that you were being asked to do a role or carrying out a role that was not in fact your role?
I think as time went on and this became, there was more to do in this role, if you like. I am sure there were times when I thought then, this is a lot of work on top of my traditional company secretary role, and I probably think the same now.
And why were you being asked to do this role?
I think some of it was about herding the business to try and get them to respond to questions and information for Second Sight. So I think I was being asked to facilitate the getting information to the independent review.
Could we please turn to poll 00186602? We're now on the 7th of May 2013. At the bottom of the page, Mr. Baker emails Angela van der Bogard, Susan Crichton, yourself, and he says, I would like to release the spot reviews to Second Sight tomorrow evening. Any chance I could have your comments or approval by the end of day tomorrow? And if we scroll up, we have your response, which is, you already have my sign-off, Simon. Why, again, as company secretary, would you need to sign off the provision of spot reviews to Second Sight?
So I don't remember this email, but I think when the spot reviews were put together, there were certain people that owned parts of the spot review because they were subject experts in those areas. So, for instance, Angela would have owned anything to do with the network, Leslie would have owned or would have loaned anything to do with IT, and so I don't think there were any specific areas that I had to sign off because I wasn't the subject matter expert, which is why I'm saying to Simon, you've already got I'm happy for you to send these, but you need everybody else's input first.
You're not saying there you don't need my sign-off there. You're saying
No.
you already have my sign-off.
Yes.
Why would you have needed to sign off the provision of information to Second Sight?
So, and I can't remember this email, as I say, but I don't think I am signing off the information. I think I'm signing off, this is what the spot reviews look like, and if it's not me providing information and detail in that area, that person should be signing it off, not me. But I'm happy for this to go to Second Sight. I don't think I'm signing off the detail.
No, but Mr. Baker is saying, I would like to release the spot reviews to Second Sight. Can he have your comments or approval? And you say you already have my sign-off. It certainly reads as though you are signing off the release of the spot reviews to Second Sight. And my question is, why would you, company secretary, need to sign off the release of the spot review to Second Sight?
So, as I say, I can't remember this. It may well have been that Simon and I have had a conversation about the spot reviews, and I've said to him, when you've got all the information, then, you know, it doesn't need my further sign-off. You're getting information from all these people.
But it doesn't say you don't need my sign-off. It says you already have my sign-off.
But then I would... Sorry, I wanted to interrupt. So then I would have said that to him face-to-face. That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming this... There hasn't been another email where I've signed this off. This is... I think I've had a conversation with Simon which says the spot reviews need to get to Second Sight, and he's going and asking for information is right in the spot reviews, and I've already had the conversation which said, yes, we need to get these to second sight. But that's just me surmising when reading this now.
And why, as company secretary, would you need to sign off the provision of information to second sight?
So as company secretary, I don't think I did have to sign it off.
Thank you. Could we turn to poll 00029588? The second half of the page, please, is an email from Gareth Jenkins to Mr. Baker. So by 16th of May 2013, did you know who Gareth Jenkins was?
I did, yes.
And how did you know who he was?
Mainly from these emails.
Can you recall when you first approximately came into contact? Was it in this context?
I think so, yes.
And was it gathering information for second sight?
Yes.
Yes. The subject is balancing issues in 2010, and his setting out there, I think, what we know as the receipts and payments mismatch issue. I'll just read to you a little bit from that email. He says, if the clerk presses cancel and on the rollover screen then presses rollover again, then the final balance report will have receipts/payments mismatch, total receipts not equal to total payments, which will ultimately lead to a non-zero trading position on the branch trading statement. If the clerk does not check the final balance report, he or she may not be aware that the report has a receipts/payments mismatch. So the net effect is that the sub-postmaster might not be aware that there is, in fact, a receipts and payments mismatch. At the bottom of this page, he says, one of the situations that we are taking as a result of the local suspense problem we found this year is to put some further checks in for situations that should never happen, that related to the problem, and to raise an alert if they do. The reference there to situations that should never happen, did that strike you at all? We'll see that you are copied into that email. Is this an issue that caused you any concern as at 16th of May 2013?
So the way I'm reading this is that the mismatch should never happen. So the piece,
Should never happen.
Yeah, should never happen. So the piece above where the final report mismatch, that's the way I'm reading that, is that in the future those things should never happen.
But also that things have occurred that shouldn't happen and that wouldn't be visible to necessarily be visible to.
But where does it? I can't see anywhere here that it's not visible to the sub-postmaster.
Well, if the clerk does not check the final balance report, he or she may not be aware that the report has a receipts payments mismatch.
But it's in the final balance report.
Yes.
I'm not for a moment saying that it's, right, but I'm saying when I read this, my belief was that the clerk could still see the mismatch.
But would it be of concern to you that Mr. Jenkins from Fujitsu was identifying that there were situations that should never happen that didn't necessarily have an alert? And that in future, one of the actions they were taking was to put in some further checks for such problems and raise an alert if they do occur. Did that cause you any concerns?
So, and I can't remember reading this, but reading it again, the way I think I would have read this was, this has happened, it was clearly wrong that it happened, it does appear in the balance, so that's the first thing I would have picked up from here. However, what he's saying is, in the last paragraph here, but we've put something in place, so this should never happen again, and that there will be another alert alongside, the mismatch that is visible. We will give another alert to the sub-postmaster. That's the way I'm reading it.
And that is how Simon Baker communicates it above. If we scroll above, we can see an email from Mr. Baker to Leslie Sewell and yourself, saying, Leslie, Alwen, brief overview of the problem encountered in 2010 below. The reassuring point for those looking for comfort is that, in this case, Horizon's monitoring systems automatically picked up the anomaly. For those looking for comfort, but were you in any way concerned by the contents of that email?
Well, I think I would have been concerned. I can't remember the email, but I think I would have been concerned that this had happened in the first place.
Yes.
That would have caused me concern. But I think I don't think I was looking for comfort. I think that the rest of the email would have given me comfort that, one, the sub-postmaster can see it happening, and secondly, now that it has happened, Fujitsu would put something in place to ensure the sub-postmaster could see it.
Why was Mr. Baker emailing just you and Leslie Sewell on this issue?
I don't know. Are we both, if you go further down, are we both on the email further down?
No.
No. So he's sending this on to us. Okay. I don't know why, whether I was chasing something for someone. I understand why Leslie would be on there, because she's the Chief Information Officer. She's the conduit with Fujitsu. So it's right that she should be on there. And whether this is me chasing something or I don't know. But
Do you want to try and see if you can think about why only 2 people from the post office were copied into that email or sent that email, and it was you and Leslie Sewell? We've heard that Leslie Sewell was Chief Information Officer, but why you?
I really don't know. Maybe I'm the only person that doesn't know about this yet.
Is it likely that you would have discussed that with the chair or the chief executive?
So I do know, and I cannot remember the date, but I do recall that there was a conversation with the chair about bugs, and before the second site report. So there was that conversation. Whether it was predicated on this email, I cannot remember.
And in terms of Mr. Jenkins, you said that you became familiar with him around this time.
Yes.
Were you aware that he had given evidence in criminal prosecutions?
No.
Were you aware that he had given evidence in any court proceedings?
No, not that I remember.
Could we please turn to poll 001869443, please? And if we could look at the second of those emails. 21st of May 2013, so shortly, the previous email that we looked at was the 16th of May. This is the 21st of May. And you say, this is from yourself to Alice Perkins, and the subject is James Arbuthnot meeting. You say, Alice, I wanted to apologise for the lack of clarity at the meeting today. Paula and I have had a conversation about the way forward and the need to ensure Second Sight are working to their terms of reference, finding out the facts, and not focusing so much on keeping the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance on board. The Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance issue will be picked up in the wider stakeholder piece, which Paula and I have already discussed with Mark and Martin Edwards about. I've spoken to Second Sight and also to Susan, who is contacting Second Sight this evening, to reiterate our concerns and to ensure that they are focused on delivering the 2 to 3 MP cases before the summer, which they promised me they would do. I would like to clarify one point, as I realise that you and Paula were both disappointed with the time which has elapsed since the exchange of letters between James and the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, written on the 16th of April, and felt we should have moved things on. I should explain that we were not copied into those letters, but received them from Second Sight as blind copies 2 weeks after they were written. This has made reference to them very difficult and managing the ongoing timelines and agenda challenging. I believe the call with James on Thursday and a subsequent meeting after recess will help us understand his position in moving this to closure and also enable us to drive the agenda more proactively. Can you assist us with why, well, first of all, what do you recall of the James Arbuthnot meeting, very briefly, that took place on the 21st of May?
The one after this?
No, the one that you're apologising in relation to.
So I think this is I can't specifically remember, but I think this is a pre-meet for a James Arbuthnot meeting, and so I don't think James was at this meeting. I think this is a meeting with Alice and Paula, and presumably other relevant people who are, Mark might have been there. I don't know who was there. But I don't think James Arbuthnot was in this meeting.
Thank you. So this was a pre-meeting before a meeting with James Arbuthnot.
That's my understanding.
And you seem to be concerned, requiring an apology for a lack of clarity. Can you assist us with why you were apologising?
So I don't remember this meeting, but if I've apologised for a lack of clarity, it's likely that Alice has left the meeting not very pleased with how it has gone, basically. And I think it may be something to do with the copy of the letter, which I allude to further down, and that she would have expected us to have done more if we'd had that letter since the 16th of April. So I suspect that we didn't get as far in this meeting as we would have hoped to get.
There also seems to be some concern that has been raised about Second Sight working outside of their terms of reference, for example. Do you recall concerns being raised by Paula Venables regarding Second Sight working within their terms of reference?
So I think later on, we probably get to it, the board were also concerned about the speed at which Second Sight were producing evidence, and I think certainly for Alice, I think Alice, when we started the review, wanted a forensic review to look at the Horizon computer. That's what I think, and you'd have to ask Alice, and you'll have no doubt have a chance to do so, but that's my belief, is that Alice wanted to know that the computer worked, basically. And what was becoming more apparent was that Second Sight were looking in a much more wider frame than does the computer work. And I think that's what these conversations were about.
And you're apologising there. I mean, was that something that you regularly did to Alice Perkins? Is that something unusual, something that stood out?
I wouldn't have said it was regular, but if I did feel that something hadn't gone as well as I would have wanted it to go for the chair, then I would apologise, because it's easier to apologise and say, I'm sorry, Alice, we didn't have as good a meeting as we had hoped to have today.
If we scroll up, we can see Alice Perkins' response. She says, "Thank you for saying all this, characteristically straightforward and frank. I think it would be worth having a chat about this at some point soon. There are some things to learn from it. In the meantime, we must get into a different gear on this issue. We stood to gain a huge prize from embarking on this." Just pausing there, what did you understand to be the huge prize?
So, again, it's her words, but I think she was talking about an opportunity to show that the computer Horizon had integrity. I think that's where she's coming from, and to be able to show to the MPs, because Alice's main concern was the MPs, was to show to the MPs that what had actually happened.
A huge prize from embarking on this, though it was never going to be easy. We have almost blown it on more than one occasion, and if it goes wrong, it will be hugely damaging. Too bad if we find substantive things which are wrong, but if what goes wrong is self-inflicted, that would be inexplicable. This is not all down to you, by any means, but I do think in practice you have a pivotal role of only to bring things to my attention, which you have sometimes done. What did you understand by that?
Well, again, you'd have to ask Alice what she meant by that. But I took from that, again, from rereading the email, that we were taking too long to do things. I mean, it's interesting, in Alice's head, you know, if we find substantive things wrong with the computer, then let's find those things wrong with the computer and have proper evidence there's things wrong with the computer and put them right. That's sort of what I'm reading from this.
What did you understand by self-inflicted to have been? It seems to be a criticism of yourself.
I don't think
others.
it is. Well, it might have been. I don't think it is. I think it's that the business has not provided things and has not, it's an independent review. So it's not a case of, you know, because I know the word managing that review has been used at a later stage in the board. It's not a case of managing that review. It's enabling that review to get to a place that review needs to get to and get to it quickly. I'm not reading that as personal to me, but I could be wrong.
She then says, this is not, I've put the emphasis on the word all, this is not all down to you by any means, but I do think in practice you have a pivotal role. And what do you understand by of only to bring things to my attention?
I think it should be if only.
If only to bring things to my attention.
So that's me coming back to the fact that the things I was doing on behalf of Alice. And here she's making it very clear that, you know, the role, you need to bring things to my attention.
And then she says, which you have sometimes done. Is that?
Yes.
Would you have read that to mean not always?
Not necessarily. It's a bit damned with faint praise, isn't it, really?
Do you read this email, or did you read this email as a bit of a telling off from the chair? I mean, you've apologised in the email below, and it's not just a thank you very much for apologising, it's then
yes.
Raising some concerns about something that could be hugely damaging to the business.
So yes, I would have taken this as a telling off from the chair.
Yes. And is it something that you recall that stands out in memory, being criticised by the chair of the post office?
As I say, I didn't remember this email, so it couldn't have stood out for me.
Do you remember significant tensions towards the end of May 2013 with the chair in respect of the second site investigation?
Not between myself and the chair, no. I don't remember that. Whether there were other tensions with other people.
Do you recall increased pressure at this time in the business in relation to the work that Second Sight were carrying out?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall concerns that the Second Sight investigation could be hugely damaging?
So Alice is saying if it goes wrong, it will be hugely damaging. I don't think she's saying it's going to be hugely damaging.
We've almost blown it on more than one occasion.
Yes.
We stood to gain a huge prize from embarking.
And I think this is all about how long it's taking and the clarity of Second Sight in Alice's mind looking at the computer. I think that's what she's talking about here. But
And was there increased pressure coming from above during this period in light of Second Sight's investigation seemingly potentially causing problems for the business?
Who do you mean by from above?
Entirely up to you.
Oh, okay. Well, there's pressure here from Alice, isn't there? Because I can see it in this email that this meeting has not gone very well. I've apologised because I knew she left the meeting not very happy. She's come back and explained why she wasn't very happy. In terms of tensions between, yes, there was pressure. There was clearly pressure. We were doing a lot of work trying to get Second Sight to a place where they could do the interim report, trying to get them to focus on evidence. And there may well have been pressure, you know, or between Alice and Paula, I don't know.
Could we please turn to poll 00105-632? This is the very next day, 6 in the morning. An email from yourself to Paula Venables, copied to Martin Edwards, Mark Davies and Susan Crichton. And you say, Paula, the only thing that is not for the brief for James is our move away from there are no bugs in Horizon to there are known bugs in every computer system this size, but they are found and put right, and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them. It would be good to be able to go on and say, or has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted. I do not think that is a phone call conversation, but needs to be aired at some point with James. I would suggest at your meeting. Our move away from there are no bugs in Horizon. Who is our?
So I think this is talking about a brief for James's meeting. And I can't remember who was putting that together. It may have been Martin Edwards, it may have been Mark Davies, I can't remember. And this is me saying, in the brief, I've obviously read the brief for James, and in the brief for James, we are silent on. There are no, we are silent on the fact that we have found bugs. So I believe this is me saying we need to be upfront here, and we need to be honest, and we need to say we have found some bugs in Horizon, and well, as you can read.
But they are found and put right, and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them.
And that's, sorry.
How could the post office say that or be confident in that?
Well, I think what I'm saying here is we need evidence that we can, if we want to say these things, we need evidence that they are 100% true. And the same true of or have been wrongly suspended or if we're going to say to James anything on bugs, we need to be absolutely clear that that statement is true, that they've been found, put right, and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them.
But aren't you saying that is what James needs to be told?
No, I'm saying...
You're saying it's not in the brief. There isn't anything in the brief for James that has our new line, our new line being not that there aren't bugs in Horizon, that there are bugs, that arises in every computer system, but they are found and put right, and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them. That was the new corporate line, it seems, from this email. And two questions, really. Where did that corporate line originate from? And secondly, how could you be confident that that was correct?
Well, I wasn't confident that was correct. I'm asking the question here. I'm not saying put these two things in the brief for James. I'm saying the brief for James needs to cover bugs, and if we have the information that says we can say that sentence in parentheses and the final sentence, if we have that information, that should be in James's brief.
Where are you saying if we have that information?
I'm saying it would be good to say. But
No, you're saying it would be good to be able to go on and say, or has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted. You weren't sure you could go that far, but it does seem from this email as though you thought you could at least say that they are found and put right and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them. Or have I misinterpreted that email?
I personally think you've misinterpreted that email, but you know, I can't specifically remember sending this email. I do know that I would not have wanted anything to be in a brief for anyone that wasn't an accurate piece of information.
So where are those words that are quoted here from?
I can't remember, but they are quoted. I don't think they're my words.
Well, you are proposing the addition of or has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted, aren't you?
I can't remember if those are my words or if I'm saying it would be good to be able to say or have been wrongly suspended or prosecuted. But we mustn't go on and say that if it isn't true.
And where's that in that email?
Well, it's not written, but no one, I don't believe that we would have put that in a brief if we hadn't checked it. Susan's on this email.
It wasn't in the brief, though.
It wasn't.
Paula, the only thing that is not in the brief for James is our move away. And the move away is not there are no bugs, but now there are bugs, but they're found and put right and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them.
Yes.
Where in this correspondence, does it suggest in any way that that might not actually be accurate and that that needs to be looked into?
Well, it doesn't in this correspondence. However, I do not believe that it would have been included in a brief if we weren't sure that it was right.
How can you be so sure?
I can't be. This is an email from me to Paula saying the only thing that's missing out of James's brief is a comment on bugs, and I would like it also to be clear about prosecutions. But I'm not. This is not saying just put these in the brief without anybody checking anything.
Can I tell you, Ms. Lyons, how I read it, which I think is very similar to Mr. Blake. First of all, you were saying there's nothing in the brief about a move in the post office position from there are no bugs in Horizon to there are known bugs in every computer system, etc. All right? And my reading of that is, not least buttressed by evidence I've heard from other sources, that by this stage, that was the post office position, either because Second Sight had tipped them the wink, or more likely because there were people in post office who knew, of course, there were bugs in Horizon by this stage. All right? So that's the post office line, which you identify as not being in the brief. And then you go on to say, and it would be good, in other words, if we can we say, or has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted? Well, I accept that the inference to be drawn from that is that you're only going to say it if it's accurate, but you're hoping that it can be said, all right? And then just as a matter of detail, I think from previous emails, it's clear that there was to be a phone call conversation with Ms. Lord Arbuthnot on the 23rd of May. If you go back to the previous emails, you'll see that. And you're saying it's not appropriate to have this in a conversation, but rather in a meeting, which is going to take place at some future time. That's as I read it, Ms. Lyons. Have I got that hopelessly wrong?
No, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Is it helpful or accurate?
it's helpful because I can't now say what was in my mind in 2013, but reading that I would say that it's accurate the way I'm reading it now.
And the or has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted, was that something you were aware the Post Office had confirmation of? Or
I
was that
wasn't
wishful
sure,
thinking?
so that's why I was asking.
And do you recall anybody coming back to you and saying that's accurate or not accurate?
I don't, and I don't know if that ended up in the brief and if we felt comfortable to say that.
It's quite a significant shift in the Post Office's position at this time, from no bugs to there are bugs. Was that something that was raised at board level at this time?
I can't remember if it was raised at board. I do remember it being raised with the chair, but I would have to check minutes about the board. But and it was a shift. It was until that time, I naively didn't think there were bugs in Horizon.
So that was quite a significant moment in time, this shift.
Yes, I think it was.
And if it isn't contained in, for example, board minutes at that particular time, what would you have to say about that?
Well, I think it should have come to the board. It certainly went to the chair, and I cannot remember whether we had a conversation about it and about it coming to board. Clearly, it came to board when the second site report came to board, but that's later.
Yes. Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our second morning break.
Yeah. And what time shall we resume?
12:25, please.
Yeah, by all means.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms Lyons. Could we please turn to poll 000986655? Moving on to the 21st of June 2013. This is an email from yourself to Paula Venables and Leslie Sewell, copied to Susan Crichton. So again, that small group of individuals who have been in a number of emails that we've been looking at today. Paula, as you will remember, James Arbuthnot is hosting a meeting on the 8th of July where Second Sight are going to present their interim findings to members of Parliament and the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance on 3 MP cases. We had a call with Second Sight today and have now put in place calls every day from next Tuesday to take us through to their report being ready. There are still risks with what the report will say, not around the system, but around the wider issues, e.g. training and support, which Second Sight are counting as part of the Horizon operating model. I'm sure that there will be enough in the report for the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance to cause mischief if they want to with the media, and Ruth is involved updating the comms plan. Second Sight have a call with James on the 2nd of July, and you have a call with him on the 3rd, and we should know in advance what the report will say and therefore what they are likely to say to James. Things will get clearer next week, but my biggest concern at the moment is if the review focuses on training, etc., how the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance will respond. I think you can make some positive noises to James Arbuthnot on the 3rd, including improvements in training and support, and also our idea of a Horizon user group made up of existing sub-postmasters who use the system. I'll get an update in the diary for us and Leslie on Wednesday next week. It seems by this stage, so the 21st of July 2013, of June 2013 even, you are having quite a significant role in matters relating to the Second Sight investigation.
So I cannot remember this email. I think this email, and I can't remember it specifically, might be me putting down on paper what a group of people have discussed. So I think this might be me going to Paula and saying, right, as you remember, we've got this meeting, and so I don't think these are only my words, but I've got no evidence of that.
I am sure there'll be enough in the report. My biggest concern at the moment the penultimate paragraph, things will get clearer next week, but my biggest concern at the moment, I think you can make some positive noises to James Arbuthnot. I mean, there's no we in that email, is there?
No, I accept that, and it's written in the first person, so it's me saying this to Paula. I accept that.
I mean, do you accept, irrespective of whether you remember the email, don't remember the email, that by the summer of 2013, you were clearly not just collating documents for Second Sight, you were having some strategic input on the response to Second Sight?
I think I was trying to put in place a journey to the interim report and trying to understand who is seeing who when, and when we needed to brief people and whatever. So yes, I am trying to lay out how we get to the Second Sight interim report.
I think you can make some positive noises to James Arbuthnot, including improvements in training and support. I mean, that's not simply laying something out, is it? That's making a positive suggestion to the CEO as to how she should respond to the Second Sight report.
Well, she will have seen what we've seen. So in the paragraph above where it says that there are no issues around, not issues around the system, but around training and support. That's what we were being told at the time. And what I'm saying to Paula here is that there are things that she can discuss with James about how things are being improved and are being changed.
Ms. Lyons, isn't it now time to reflect on your work on the second site issue in the summer of 2013 and accept that you had more of a significant role than is reflected in your evidence so far?
So I did have a role with Second Sight, yes. I don't believe I collected any information for them because I wasn't an expert in that field. So my role was much more almost, and again, it's facilitating word. My role was much more facilitating Second Sight, helping them to get what they needed to get. And then when meetings were coming up, laying out what was needed to happen. And yes, here, I'm obviously, I am saying to Paula, these are the areas for the meeting with James.
Are you providing advice to the Chief Executive as to how best to respond to the Second Sight report?
I don't think, no, I don't think I am. I think the Chief Executive would have made her own decision as to how to respond to the Second Sight report.
She may make her own decision, but are you providing her with advice?
I'm saying that there are areas for positive noises for James Arbuthnot, for instance. Yes, I am. And that she can talk about training and support. So if that's advice, then yes, that this email is advice.
Yeah. You say if that's advice. Is that advice or is that not advice?
Well, yes, that's advice.
Could we turn, please, to poll 001888912? This is an email that we'll return to on the issue of remote access, but I want to look at something else. It's an email, the bottom email from Simon Baker. Again, very small distribution list to yourself, Susan Crichton and Leslie Sewell. Subject, Second Sight call. And it's number 2, bugs in Horizon. This is following a call, a very animated call with Ron and Ian. Bugs in Horizon. They are concerned that James Arbuthnot is or has been told by Post Office that there are no bugs in Horizon. And that is what James Arbuthnot believes. And when Second Sight inform him that there were bugs and sub-postmasters' accounts were affected, it will go viral amongst MPs and the press. My suggestion here is that Paula gives this news to James first and explains to him why this isn't a problem. We may also want to go to the press first on this as part of our overall message to get out our message out first. If we scroll above, there's a response from you, but that relates to the remote access issue, which I'll return to shortly. So Mr. Baker's raised the issue of bugs in Horizon, James Arbuthnot at this stage, so we're now 24th of June 2013, and Lord Arbuthnot isn't aware that the Post Office accepts that there are bugs in the system. Do you agree with that?
So is this email before or after the one that we talked about earlier?
Could we scroll down, please? We're going in order, so in date order, so...
It is after.
It is
so
after.
it's after. So
Yeah.
in that email, we've already said that the brief for the James Arbuthnot meeting, I've already raised the fact that there's nothing about bugs in that brief, and shouldn't there be?
Yeah, so that was the 23rd of May.
Right, okay.
We are now 24th of June, so we're a month later. Second Sight are concerned that James Arbuthnot still is of the opinion that there are no bugs in Horizon. Do you recall this email?
I don't recall this email. And given the email earlier, I would have thought that James Arbuthnot would have known.
Who would have told him?
Well, it was a brief for Paula, wasn't it? Paula was going to see James Arbuthnot, and I thought that what we said was that we would change the sub-postmaster, we would change the post office, there are no bugs in the horizon, to there are bugs in the horizon, which et cetera, et cetera. And
is your evidence today that that would have been communicated to James Arbuthnot in May 2013 when you sent that email?
I have no evidence as to whether that happened, but that's what I thought the email we were discussing earlier was suggesting.
Would it have been of concern to you if it hadn't been raised with James Arbuthnot in May 2013?
Yes, because I think that's what I'm trying to say in that email. I wanted them to be raised with him, and I also, if it was true, wanted the prosecution piece to be raised with him.
Because of its significant impact?
Absolutely.
Just as a matter of timeline, because as you will have appreciated, I think, I'm quite interested in the points that we've just been discussing. In that May email of the 23rd, you suggest it wouldn't be appropriate to tell Lord Arbuthnot about it in a telephone call, which was occurring that day, but you anticipate, in effect, that it will be told to him in a face-to-face meeting. So the question becomes, was there a meeting between Lord Arbuthnot and anybody in the post office, but presumably Paula Reynolds, between the 23rd of May and the 24th of June?
I haven't got that evidence. I don't know.
Right, fine.
Could we please turn to poll 00371710? We're on the 28th of June now. If we could turn to the second page, please. The bottom of the first page, top of second page. It's an email from from Gareth Jenkins to Leslie Sewell. And the subject is my witness statement in the Misra case. It says, Leslie, attached is my final witness statement for the Misra case. This was heard in Guildford Crown Court in October 2010 and concerned West Byfleet Post Office. Page 14 covers my response to a problem that had been identified in an earlier case, that involving Lee Castleton, who took the post office to court for unfair dismissal, which he lost. Do you need me to dig out anything more on this? I think the key point is the fact that Horizon did have bugs has been discussed in court, and the post office still won the case. So just to remind ourselves, we have the local suspense account problem, that's the 14 branch issue, said by Second Sight to have occurred from 2011.
Okay.
We have the 64 issue, the receipts and payments mismatch issue, 64 branches, said by Second Sight to have been discovered in September 2010. And we have here reference by Mr. Jenkins to the Seaman Misra case, which was October of 2010. And he is accepting that, or he is highlighting there that there was reference to a third bug in that case, the Calendar Square bug. Do you recall that issue?
So I only recall it having now read this email and having listened to some of the inquiry.
If we scroll up, we can see Mark Davis responding to this. Leslie Sewell's forwarded it to yourself, Martin Edwards and Mark Davis. Mark Davis said, this is massively important. Is there also a possibility that all incidents, 14 and 64, have been referenced in court? And then if we scroll up, we have a response from you. You say, I would have thought the 14 is unlikely as it's too recent. Hugh, can we check? Or is it quicker to ask Gareth, Leslie? I will certainly be sharing this with Janet on Monday. And then Leslie Sewell said, we'll ask, I think that's Fujitsu.
Yeah.
Were you concerned at this stage about whether there were additional bugs which might call into question the evidence that Mr. Jenkins gave in the Misra case or in other cases?
So I'd had no knowledge of more bugs. I just knew the 3 bugs that were being talked about.
Yeah, so we knew the 2 that went to second site, and then we have here the reference to the 3rd, the calendar square bug, being referred to by Gareth Jenkins. Did that not raise your concerns about the reliability of the Horizon system?
So we had been provided with, and I think there's a document somewhere which is a brief for Paula, which went through what happened, the risk, how it was put right, etc., etc. And I think that's what I knew at this point.
But you're receiving in June 2013 an email from Gareth Jenkins attaching a statement from a criminal case in which he made reference to the calendar square bug. Presumably that was relatively new news to you, the calendar square bug.
Yeah, well, I'm getting the timeline is quite difficult because I don't know, because there were 3 cases in the second site report. There were 2 and then the other one was mentioned.
Yes.
And I don't know at which point they became clear to us. And I think this document that was done for Paul, and I don't know what brief that was for, had all 3 in them. So if it was in there and it was before this, then I would have known about them.
So around the 28th of June, you were aware of 3 bugs, one of which, as we've seen, Gareth Jenkins gave evidence relating to in the Misra case.
I believe so.
Were you and those around you concerned at this time about the potential implications of that?
Of there being 3 bugs?
Yes, and of Mr. Jenkins having provided evidence in criminal proceedings.
So
you can take those 2 separately. So first, okay. The bugs.
So the bugs, I went from believing there were no bugs to believing there were being given evidence there were these 3 bugs and that they had been dealt with, and I was given some comfort that they'd been dealt with properly. So I didn't know that there were any more bugs, and I would have expected Leslie or whoever to have told us if there were, or if there was the potential of more.
Could we please turn to poll 000313552? If we start on page 3, please. It's the same day, 28th of June. An email from Simon Baker on page 3, please. The bottom of the page. He emails Gareth Jenkins. You're copied in directly to that email to Gareth Jenkins. He says, Gareth, you mentioned discussing the Falkirk bug in the Misra case today. Are there any other examples where bugs have been discussed in court? If we scroll up, please. He says, Simon, I'm not aware of any other specific bugs being discussed in court, either relating to Horizon or Horizon Online. The Falkirk bug was first raised in the Castleton civil case and was then picked up on for a number of subsequent criminal cases, even though it was irrelevant to those environments. Defence experts were using it as an example that Horizon has had bugs. If we scroll up, you respond, and you say as follows. You say, the question was really about whether the defect had been spoken about in open court, other than in the Misra case, as it helps that it was in the public domain and not covered up in any way. Mr. Jenkins responds to you, and he says as follows. He says, Alwen, I understand the bug was spoken about in the Castleton case. I wasn't personally involved. It was definitely spoken about in the Misra case, where it was interrogated about its length. Other cases where it was mentioned were settled out of court, as far as I know. Isn't the penny beginning to drop now with a reference to cases being settled out of court that have raised that particular bug?
No, because I think cases were settled out of court.
And why might they have been settled out of court?
I don't have any information about why cases were settled out of court. I just knew that some cases were settled out of court.
And did that cause you to think about whether, in fact, there might have been something in their allegations?
I'm sure there were lots of different reasons why they were settled out of court. I didn't have that information. So.
Did you ask anybody for that information?
No, I didn't.
If we scroll up, we have another response. You say, thanks, Gareth. Can we get the witness statement for the Castleton, please? Hugh, thanks, Alwen. And then Hugh says, Jarnell, can you get Castleton case details, please, as soon as possible, as Alwen has asked for? And then we have a response from Jarnell Singh. I'll read to you just some extracts from the response. He begins by saying, in criminal trials, both the prosecution and defence put their case to the jury, who make a decision beyond all reasonable doubt on finding the defendant guilty. Jury do not give reasons for their verdict, as it is not possible to ask the jury the basis and details on which they made their decision. On occasion, particular point can be inferred. Did you understand what's meant there?
Yes, I think so.
What did you understand by that?
Just that so I understand what he's saying is that we can't get a reason why a case that a jury sees gives their decision.
He says this is the only criminal trial where a jury has been required to consider in detail the integrity of the Horizon system. He summarises Seema Misra was a sub-postmistress at West Byfleet. He says about halfway down the second paragraph, he says, the jury's verdict showed that it was sure that computer error played no role in the case. There's been no appeal against conviction. He says, we instructed our own expert, Gareth Jenkins from Fujitsu. This was a turning point in the case. Under 4, he says, about halfway through paragraph 4, he says, in a nutshell, his final conclusion was this. He hadn't found any problem, but there still might have been a problem that he and Jenkins, this is talking about the defence expert, a problem that he and Jenkins might have missed. The jury clearly rejected this as wishful thinking after considering all of the evidence in the case. He says at 5, about halfway down, it provides rigorous analysis that is woefully absent from the vague and illogical complaints about Horizon that are reported in some sections of the media. The judgment referred briefly to a real computer problem that had emerged at the Calendar Square office in Falkirk. Gareth Jenkins, to investigate this problem, he provided a detailed summary of the problem in his witness statement. He also explained in that statement why he concluded it was irrelevant to Mrs. Misra's case. Were you satisfied by the explanation that was provided by Mr. Singh?
Well, he was the expert. He was, I'm not a lawyer, he was a lawyer, he was the expert, so yes, I was satisfied.
Could we please turn to poll 001444909? The second page, please. We're now at the 28th of June 2013. And you email Paula Vennell's next steps on Horizon issues update. Paula, Rod Ismay and Leslie are working on detail of the 2 bugs to understand them and get them into language that's clear and can be communicated. Mark is putting in place external communications. We have a call with Second Sight this afternoon. And it's the 4th paragraph that I'd like to just read to you. I'm going to spend time with Janet, that's Janet Walker, James Arbuthnot's Chief of Staff, at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. She says she can give me as long as it takes. My approach will be to try to get to understand the status of the review and the risk to James and us of an incomplete interim report. I will share the fact that Second Sight are not using all the evidence they are being given, and our concerns is that their approach to try and keep everyone happy is not how we would expect a forensic accountant to behave. I do think this is the right place to share the bugs we have found and how we have dealt with them, which is why the report from Rod/Leslie, checked by Legal and Mark, is important. My objective is to get Janet to a place where she also wants the meeting to be cancelled. I'm also going to mention the timing of the report aligned with the funding and James's unhelpful comment to Joe about unfair convictions. I will have to play this meeting a bit by ear. The comment there, I do think this is the right place to share the bugs we have found and how we have dealt with them. Your evidence to the chair earlier was that you thought that that had already been dealt with by Paula Venables after the meeting in May. It certainly reads here as though you are, in fact, going to be the bearer of that bad news. Is that right?
So certainly it sounds, I've said I will tell them how we've dealt with them. So it could well be that I had not remembered this and that this is the first time that we've talked about bugs. It could also be that Paula had shared it and I'm just sharing the detail of the bugs, but reading this now, I think I was expected to share the detail about the bugs.
Yes. And why is it that the company secretary is fulfilling the role of communicating that important shift in the post office's position?
So I was seeing Janet because she and I had a good relationship from the first meeting with Alice, and if Janet had any issues, she would contact me, and I would try and help sort out any things for her that were for James. You would have to ask others why I was expected to do this.
Which others?
Well, you'd have to ask Paula, because I would have thought Paula would have wanted to speak to James.
You say I do think this is the right place to share the bugs.
Because it looks as if we haven't shared them yet.
Yes.
So I'm going, look, we have to share this information about bugs, and I'm seeing Janet.
And you had a good relationship with Janet Walker.
Yes.
And it was your advice that now was the time to share that information, not with James Arbuthnot himself, but with the person who you had a good relationship with.
Well, I don't think I was under any misillusion. If I shared it with Janet, it wouldn't be shared with James.
Yes.
You know,
Were you being used as the bearer of bad news by the company?
Possibly, but it's me suggesting I do this. It's me saying I do think we need to share this with Janet and therefore James before the second site report comes out.
And we started today looking at the expert report and the role of a company secretary. Where in the role of the company secretary does this kind of a role come in?
Well, it doesn't.
Why were you doing it?
Because in this instance, I was trying to get the information about bugs out to Janet and therefore to James. And if no one else was seeing them before the second site report, then I needed to do that.
We've seen email after email about bugs, direct liaison with Gareth Jenkins by this stage. You are meeting up with the assistant to the key parliamentarian. Mm-hmm. Why, as I say, is the company secretary being tasked with all of this? Or even if you're not being tasked, why is the company secretary doing this work?
So I've explained that originally the connection with James and with Alice was through James, and that's how I had a relationship with Janet. we've also seen emails where Alice is saying that you know, I needed to be involved in things and needed to feedback things to Alice when things arose.
Feeding back to Alice absolutely would fall under that job description that we looked at.
Yes.
The role to communicate to the chair. This is not communicating anything to the board. In fact, it's the very opposite, isn't it? It's communicating something to an external party.
Yes.
Why is the company secretary doing that?
Because I had the meeting with Janet and I didn't want to go to that meeting and not tell her about the bugs that I now knew about.
And why were you attending a meeting with Janet?
So I was attending a meeting with Janet because I had the connection with Janet, and I was attending this meeting with Janet in advance of the second site interim report. And it was and I'm going from memory here, but I believe this meeting was to understand how both James and the Post Office and Second Sight were going to align the following week and understand how this report was going to come out and how we were going to deal with it.
Was it a strategic choice to break the news to a friendly face, to somebody not as senior as James Arbuthnot, somebody who assists him, not directly from the chief executive to the parliamentarian, but from yourself to his assistant?
I don't believe that's a choice that I made. I believe I got to this point and I was saying at the meeting on Monday, I think I have to share what we know about bugs. I wasn't willing to go to this meeting and see Janet and talk about how we move towards the second site review without talking to her about bugs.
My objective is to get Janet to a place where she also wants the meeting to be cancelled. So
I believe that is the meeting that James has got with Second Sight.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that this was now, it wasn't the interim report we had here, it was an incomplete report. And you can see from above that the Second Sight hadn't used all the evidence. There were gaps in the report, and the reason I'm saying that there is a risk with James having this meeting with Second Sight is because the Second Sight report at this point is not accurate, it's incomplete.
Isn't this a highly strategic move that you are advising on here? When to tell the parliamentarian the objective to get the subsequent meeting with Second Sight cancelled. And that's well beyond your role as company secretary, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's beyond. I could not tell Janet that the meeting needed to be cancelled. I needed to explain to Janet that this was an incomplete interim report, that not all the facts were in it, that there was evidence lacking, and if James went ahead with his meeting with Second Sight, there was risk that he would be misinformed. That's all I'm doing here, and then it would be for Janet and James to decide whether the meeting should be cancelled. I didn't want them to go ahead not knowing that the report was incomplete.
I'm just going to take you to two very brief documents before we break for lunch. Could we just turn to poll 0029681? If we turn over to page 2, this is an email from Andrew Parsons to Roderick Williams, providing detail about a particular bug. Mrs. Wall was terminated in September 2011. The first 14 bug error occurred in her branch occurred after she was terminated, etc. So it's relating to what was at that time referred to the 14 bug. Could we scroll up, please? Hugh Flemington says useful. And then Mark Davis says, can we change the way we are referring to this, please, as a matter of urgency? And if we look above, we have a request from yourself to Mark Davis, Hugh Flemington and Leslie Sewell. Can we call bugs incidents from now on, please? That is the same day as the email that we've just been looking at. Why are you on that day seeking to rename bugs?
Well, you can see from the email before that I'm calling them bugs, and I have no problem with that. Mark Davis, who's the communications director, comes out and says, can we call them something else, please? And that's me going out to everybody on that email saying, can we call bugs incidents from now on, please?
Was that in your role as company secretary, or is that in some other role?
That's just me cascading Mark Davis's email.
If we turn, please, to poll 00380985. Within a matter of days, we have the email that the inquiry's already seen, the 2nd of July. Paula Venables seeking an answer to the question, what is a non-emotive word for computer bugs, glitches, defects that happen as a matter of course? Answer, exception or anomaly. Who set that particular question? Do you recall?
No idea.
And if we scroll above, we have the full distribution list. So you were on that distribution list. Do you remember at that stage Paula Venables seeking a non-emotive word for bugs?
No, I don't. I just know that we stopped calling bugs bugs.
And one final document before we break. Poll 0029638. This is within a day of that email. If we turn to page 2, please. We have Gareth Jenkins emailing Simon Baker. Simon, it was about the calendar square bug. It was first raised in 2005. If we scroll down, it says the problem, halfway down that paragraph, the problem in business terms was that due to the transactions not being visible, sub-postmasters considered that they had not been input and so re-input the transactions, thus ending up with a duplicate transactions. And so when the originals came through the following day, the accounts would be in a mess. The problem at the bottom paragraph, this problem was evidenced by a large number of events in the event logs. If we scroll up, please, there is Simon Baker forwards it to yourself and Susan Crichton and Hugh Flemington. And if we scroll up, we have an email from yourself to Leslie Sewell and Susan Crichton. Is this another anomaly? It does worry me that the number seems to be going up. So the very next day, you are then referring to a bug, the calendar square bug, as an anomaly. Do you recall using the corporate dictionary?
I don't, but if I'd sent the email asking other people to use that word, I would probably start using that word.
Did you give any thought to why you are now calling bugs anomalies?
In my mind, it didn't really make any difference what we called them, but I'd been asked to call them this, so I called them it.
Thank you, sir. That is an appropriate time for lunch. Could we come back at 2 o'clock, please? Thank you.
Sorry, yes, I was mute. Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Could we please turn to poll 00029641? We're at the 3rd of July 2013. So the same day, in fact, the evening of the email that I took you to before lunch. If we scroll down, please. There's an email from Roderick Williams to Rod Ismay and Leslie Sewell. And it's about the local suspense problem. I think, yes, you're not in this chain, are you? He says as follows. He says, here's my summary of my call with Andy Wynne. And it relates to its information about, I think, the 14 branch issue. Issue first surfaced at the Post Office Financial Service Centre on the 6th of February 2012 at the close of a branch trading period. The FSC might have proactively contacted the sub-postmistress or sub-postmaster given the size of the discrepancy. The FSC investigated, saw it look wrong and brought the account back to balance at no cost to the sub-postmaster. It says there, over the next few weeks, as the rest of branch trading data for the same period was processed, the other 13 branch anomalies were noted. Those other branches' accounts were brought to balance, again at no cost to the sub-postmaster. This was not perceived to be a significant issue, given the small number of branches affected and the small sums involved. And then it says, on the 6th of February 2013, the Willen sub-postmaster contacted the Post Office National Business Support Centre to report the same discrepancy in his branch trading as the previous year. So were you aware that this particular problem was, first of all, reported to the Post Office back in 2012, that it again, although they thought they had addressed it, appeared again in February 2013?
So I was aware of this as a bug. So I don't know how much detail I had on it. It would have been in one of the reports I got about the bugs.
But not just a bug, but a bug that lasted from 2012 on to 2013. If we scroll over the page, it was passed to Fujitsu between the 6th and 8th of February 2013 and was resolved in April 2013. So were you aware that the 14 branch issue or anomaly was an issue that lasted for well over a year and which was known to the Post Office at the time?
So I think in one of those documents it does explain how it happened, and I think it's triggered by the date. So it happens a year later, if you see what I'm saying.
Yes.
So I was aware of this bug, and I think I had had information about this bug.
Could we turn, please, to poll 00027825? Still on the 3rd of July, same day, there's an email from Paula Venables, that second email. She says, ignore the note below, just getting mixed up with mails. I'm sure there are plenty of good reasons, but let me ask anyway. Could our two documents be shared with James Arbuthnot? They are clear. It might help his understanding. Do you recall what those two documents were at all?
I don't. Does it make it any clearer further down the email?
Well, it's not clear because that email says ignore the note below. So
right, yes. So no.
It may not be. But
mean,
there's a response from you above, and you say as follows: I think it's risky. It would depend on how open he is with us, if he listens, and whether we believe we have convinced him to amend his approach to media, MPs, etc.
So I don't remember this email, and I don't know which two documents Paula is alluding to. It could be our media brief. I don't know.
And to continue a theme that we were discussing for most of the morning,
yeah.
This is again you being really part of that inner circle, advising Paula Venables not on whether a matter should go to the board, but should go to James Arbuthnot.
So I think in the run-up to meeting James Arbuthnot, yes, I was involved in that, because I was the one meeting Janet and I was the one doing lots of the input into James.
And again, same question as I was asking this morning. What part of the job of a company secretary was that?
Well, it isn't the part of a traditional company secretary role. It's a role that seemed to have evolved because I got involved with Alice in the initial meeting with James Arbuthnot.
Thank you. And we're now quite a way, I mean, we started looking at emails
Yes.
from 2012, so this is a year on. Could we please turn to poll 0019217? We're now on the 8th of July. If we have a look down the first page, we can see there, at the bottom of the page, please, Sarah Paddison on behalf of Paula Venables on the 8th of July. As promised in my previous email, here is a copy of the final draft of the second site report. They took on board the majority of our comments over the weekend, but not all of them. The second attachment is an internal note detailing the remaining aspect of the report, which we believe are misleading or factually inaccurate. Would you have read the second site report at that point?
I think at this point I would have just sent the two things that Paula's asking me to the board. But I do believe I read the second site report.
And approximately around this time?
I can't be sure, but I would have imagined I would have done.
Where there is a report that is relevant to the legal and regulatory obligations of the company, would you generally have read that
Yes.
substantive report? If we scroll up, we can see that you then forward it to the Horizon Reading Room. Can you assist us with what that is?
So the board had a reading room. So this could well be a folder within the board's reading room.
And how would you decide whether it was something to go to the board or not to go to the board?
So here you can see that I'm being told to send it to the board.
Yes.
So it would have got sent to the board. If I wasn't sure, I would ask the chair.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 000999149, please? Thank you. In the bottom of, over the page actually, the second page, we have an email that the inquiry's already seen from Mark Davis to Paula Venables. You're also an addressee, and he provides some thoughts on the next steps following the publication of the second site report and proposes various initiatives. If we scroll up, please, to page 1, we have a response from Paula Venables. She says, Mark, thank you for this. If you could do something similar, half a dozen points on what you think we need to do next, re your own areas and overall, it will help to find next steps, see below. Susan, re point 1 below, do you have a proposal / something in writing as to what the next legal steps are, or is this referring to the general conversation last week, re the external lawyer's code of disclosure? Do you recall an issue with the code of disclosure at this point?
No.
It then says, I spoke with Alice this morning. As I explained, and rightly, Alwen and I need to give an oral update to the board tonight, and she would like a paper tabled and discussed next week at the board meeting. Could we scroll up, please? Susan Crichton says, we're working on through this, and we'll have thoughts later today which can feed in. Paula Venables says, do you mean everyone is, or are there multiple angles? If so, that's great. When would be a good time for a call? Susan Crichton responds, Alwen, Hugh and I, it was Leslie as well, but she has gone to the House of Parliament. to help brief Joe S. Also, Angela is around, so we'll try and get her to help. So we saw the first email from Mark Davis. Was it, in your view, appropriate for Mark Davis, the head of communications, to be providing the kinds of thoughts that we've seen at the end?
Can we
yes,
go back
absolutely.
down?
If we scroll down. And what was your view of the role of Mark Davis at this particular time in the response to the Second Sight report?
So my understanding would be that Mark would be pulling together the PR response and all the communications response.
And there we see some substantive suggestions about the way forward, such as Second Sight will have to be involved. They have to position themselves with the MPs as crucial independent voice. We need to find ways of supporting them in areas where they do not have expertise. That support needs to look with them at all cases brought by MPs, etc. Mm-hmm. Did you have a view at that stage about whether it was or wasn't appropriate for the head of communications to be inputting in that way?
So I know that Mark had a lot of contact with MPs, and I think that was maybe part of his role as well. So that might be why he's picked up the MP piece. I think he's just sending some thoughts and saying, you know, these are my thoughts, what do you think?
And if we scroll up, we have in the first email a meeting with yourself at the very top of the page, please. Yourself, Hugh, and Susan Crichton. What do you recall of those conversations?
So I don't recall those conversations. I would imagine that if Alice has asked for a call and Paula wants to give her a verbal update that evening and she wants a board paper, I'm seeing my job here as coordinating that verbal update and then the board paper.
And if we scroll down the reference to the update to the board, it says update to the board tonight. So if we scroll down to the bottom of that page, there, I need to give an oral update to the board tonight and she would like a paper tabled. Do you recall there being a conversation with the board that night?
I don't, but if Alice has asked for it, it probably happened.
If we turn to poll 000027573, these are some minutes of a board meeting on that day. You've referred to this in your witness statement. It addresses an entirely different topic. It's the 2013-2020 strategic call.
Right, yes.
If we scroll down, we can see. So that's a conference call held on the 9th of July. And we can scroll down. There's no mention, and you've said in your statement, there's no mention in there of any Horizon-related issues.
No.
Would that have been the moment to have raised those issues, or was that a separate call?
So I think, no, this is a completely separate call, and I think this would have been earlier in the day.
Thank you. Do you think it's likely or unlikely that if there was a call later that day, there would be minutes of that call?
I think it's likely there would be a note of the call, not necessarily minutes, unless it was convened as a board meeting.
And who would have taken the note of the call?
It would likely to be me.
Thank you. Could we please now turn to poll 002976607? We're moving on now to the 11th of July. If we could scroll down, please. So this is the 10th of July, and the top one is the 11th of July, and this is an email that relates to Gareth Jenkins. And Roderick Williams is saying here to the external lawyers at Cartwright King, copying in Susan Crichton and others, do you have some suggested wording for how we break and we think that's Gareth Jenkins news to Fujitsu, including why it is a problem for you from a criminal law perspective? And if we scroll up, please, on the 11th, it's an email from Martin Smith at Cartwright King to Roderick Williams, Susan Crichton copied in. Simon is preparing a further advice about Gareth Jenkins as agreed. However, he touched on the Gareth Jenkins point in his earlier advice on the 8th. You're not copied into this correspondence. Were you aware at this time of concerns within the post office about the reliability of Gareth Jenkins?
No.
Could we please turn to poll 0014547? If we scroll down, please. This is the next day, the 12th of July. So the bottom of page 1 into page 2. We have an email there, Susan Crichton to yourself. Subject is board paper for circulation. Alwen, if you can bear to read it quickly, please do, as I'm tired of it. And if we scroll up, please, a response from yourself. Sorry, I know you don't want to, but I have changed the recommendation in a few bits. Are you happy? And we'll come to look at the changes that are made. And then this is the response from Susan Crichton, which I took her to in her evidence, where she says, "Hi, you must have read my mind. Whilst I was walking the dog, I suddenly thought that it wasn't a good idea to mention bugs, so have changed that and also found another couple of typos. The recommendation is much better." So we saw there that the day before, there is that and the day before that, there's that chain of emails relating to the Gareth Jenkins issue.
Yes.
You are in contact with Susan Crichton, who was involved in the Gareth Jenkins issue. Did Susan Crichton, at this point, where you are discussing a board paper for circulation, mention concerns about the reliability of Gareth Jenkins?
No, I do not remember ever seeing any concerns about Gareth Jenkins or the clerk advice or at all.
Thank you. The paper that was sent to you is poll 0014541. And perhaps if we turn to page 3, and if we could keep page 3 on screen, at the bottom of page 3, please, so the recommendations, and then could we please also bring up on screen your amended version, and that is poll 0014546. Do you recall, in that email chain, you had told Susan Crichton that you had amended the recommendations?
Yes.
So this, on the right-hand side, is the original version. If we look on the left-hand side, if we could turn, please, to page 3 of that version, we can see there that the recommendations has now changed. It was originally, the board is asked to note the update and action set out above, consider whether the Post Office cease criminal prosecutions, request the Audit and Risk Committee to oversee the actions set out above, and it's now changed to note the update and action set out above and decide whether the Audit and Risk Committee should consider the position of the Post Office as a prosecuting authority alongside its work in September. So that second recommendation, the explicit recommendation to consider whether the Post Office cease criminal prosecutions, has been removed. Can you assist us with why that was removed?
So the ones on the left, they're the ones that were
That's the updated version that you returned to Susan Crichton on the left. The right-hand side is the version that you were sent by Susan Crichton originally.
So I only saw these two papers this morning.
Yes.
I can't really help with why I suggested the ones on the left and not the ones on the right.
The one on the left reflects the ultimate version that went to the board.
Okay.
Do you recall in July 2013 discussions about whether the Post Office ceases criminal prosecutions?
I don't. Is that in the main body of the report?
So that's 8.2, the recommendation.
So I can't remember.
Did you get involved? I mean, is this a typical example of you getting involved in what recommendations are made to the board? Is this unusual? Is this something we might see elsewhere or not?
I can't really comment. I'm having only seen this morning. I don't know why those two things change, or why I thought the left one was a better update for the board, or a better part of the board paper.
The question really was about whether that is something you would typically do to amend recommendations to the board, or to...
No.
No. So if you had made that change, would it have been an unusual change to have made?
I think so, yes. I mean, not this particular paper, but people did send me board papers and say, you know, and ask for my advice on how I thought that would land with the board, and whether there was enough information or they needed to take information out. But I don't specifically remember this one.
And do you have any recollection at this time of the board's views on ceasing prosecutions?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Could we please turn to poll 001919666? This is the same day, the 12th of July. This isn't an email that went to you, but this is just to assist us with the timeline of where we are. Roderick Williams is sending to Andrew Parsons, external lawyer, and a team of internal lawyers, the attached, which sets out the high-level issue with which Cartwright King, our criminal law solicitors, has identified with the Fujitsu evidence Gareth Jenkins has been providing in support of the criminal prosecution cases conducted for Post Office Limited. A more detailed note should arrive on Monday, which I will forward to you once I have it. So again, we have there, that's the Gareth Jenkins advice that you referred to, that you say you didn't know about at the time. We just had an email chain about discussing a paper for the board. Is that a matter that you would have expected to have gone to the board had you known about it?
Absolutely.
Could we please turn to poll 000999200? Same day, 12th of July. You are there emailing Susan Crichton and Paula Venables, and you're providing them with a timeline. So this is events that are going to happen over the next week or so, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So on the 15th of July, decide who's going to lead going forward. 16th, paper and discussion with the board. 16th, meeting with Second Sight and external lawyers. 17th, yourself to call AB, is that Alan Bates?
I assume so.
Read toxic cases and set up a face-to-face to understand which cases he believes are in this category, and a quick talk through with the Post Office lead. Can you assist us with what toxic cases is a reference to?
So I can't specifically, but I think I was saying that I would call Alan Bates and talk about the specific cases that he thought needed to be discussed face-to-face, because the Second Sight review. So they haven't done their interim report yet, have they? Or have they? Sorry,
not
I'm
yet.
a bit confused by the timeline.
Sorry, they have.
Here.
Sorry, yes.
We have.
Yes.
Okay. So there's, and I'm.
So we're still going chronologically.
Okay. So.
There's been a discussion of the board paper, which is entitled Update Following the Publication of the Report. And that's the discussion between yourself and Susan Crichton.
Yes.
We have on the same day email from Roderick Williams circulated internally and to Mr. Parsons about those Gareth Jenkins concerns. We're still on the same day, so after the report, and this is a timeline going forward.
So I can't remember this, and I'm reading it now and thinking, what would I have meant? I would imagine the contact with Alan Bates would be to find out which cases, because we've looked at spot reviews, 5 spot reviews from JFSA, but we haven't looked at individual cases, although some were in the spot reviews. So I think this is me going to Alan Bates and saying, which are the other cases that we need to talk about and to bring into the next piece of work.
Thank you. And looking at this timeline, on the 15th, that's in fact the day of Simon Clarke's substantive advice on Gareth Jenkins.
Yes.
The very next day, there is a proposed paper and discussion with the board on horizon issues. And I would like to now just turn to poll 001225552. I'm going to skip to the 15th. So that's the date to decide who's going to go forward, who's going to lead going forward. If we please scroll down over the page to page 2. This is the day of the Jenkins advice. Susan Crichton is emailing Cartwright King lawyers, and you're copied into this. And she says, Martin, we have received the attached from the Criminal Cases Review Commission. Should you draft reply on our behalf, or should we refer them to you to reply on our behalf? If we scroll up, Mr. Smith from Cartwright King responds, you're copied in. I've asked Simon to draft a response tomorrow morning. That's Simon Clarke from Cartwright King. And then the email above that from Mr. Flemington, sent to the others but copied into you. Thanks, Martin. Presumably we need to give off the signals that we are proactive, doing all the right things regarding writing to people to keep the Attorney General and Criminal Cases Review Commission calm. Hopefully, if they see that, they may leave us to it for the moment. So this is a very significant, presumably a very significant period of time in your career. You've received a letter, the second site report's been received. You've now received a letter from the Criminal Cases Review Commission. Do you agree with that it was quite a significant moment?
So the problem I have here is I did not see I don't believe I saw the Clarke advice.
Yes.
And yet clearly the rest of these people on this email have seen the Clarke advice and are responding about how because of the cases they're going to take them back to the CCRC, but I am not a lawyer. I do not know what needs to go to the CCRC. So I haven't got the detail behind what's going on here.
But you have a board meeting the next day.
Yes, sorry.
Does that flag to you, the CCRC writing to you, that there might be some serious issues with cases that the Post Office has prosecuted?
So I would not have the detail of that. Susan Crichton and the legal team would have the detail of that. And my expectation would be if there was something in there that the board needed to know about, the board would be told the next day.
And they'd be told by Susan Crichton?
Yes.
Yes. Could we please turn to poll 000211516? And these are the board minutes of the 16th of July 2013. We see there that you are in attendance. If we scroll down, please. The one person who is not in attendance at this board meeting is Susan Crichton. Do you recall why Susan Crichton wasn't invited into that board meeting?
So was there a legal paper at this board meeting?
Well, I can, if it assists, her evidence was that she was kept out of the meeting.
So is this that? I do remember that meeting.
Yes.
This is that meeting.
This is that meeting.
Okay. So, my practice was that I would go to the executive member who was coming to the board to present, and I would give them an approximate time when they needed them to be standing outside the door, basically. When the moment came for us to deal with their paper, I would stand up, go to the door, invite them in, and they would come and present their paper, and at the end of their presentation, I would get up, take them to the door, and bring the next person in if there was a next person. At this board meeting, and our boardroom had frosted glass, so you could see if there was someone outside. At this board meeting, Susan was waiting outside to come in, and as we started the board, it's not the first issue, I don't think.
No.
So
we could scroll down. The Horizon update is at page 6.
okay.
We had seen previous correspondence that identified Susan Crichton as the relevant person to speak to that issue.
Yes. So at the relevant point in the board meeting, I stood up and walked towards the door and was asked to hang on a minute, to sit down, because there was going to be, I assumed, a discussion before Susan came into the room. I mean, that did happen sometimes. If the board wanted a discussion on the paper before the executive member came in, that did happen. So I was asked to sit down.
If I could just stop you there, who asked you?
I believe the chair, but yes, I believe the chair, because it would have been the chair who would have said they needed to have a discussion.
Okay, so it was Alice Perkins.
I believe so.
Thank you.
So I sat back down, as I was asked to do, and then this part of the meeting progressed. I do believe that, and I don't know at what point, but at some point during this board update, I believe I said to the chair, do you want Susan in the room because she has the detail? And I was told no.
And this was a significant meeting because, as you have just explained, the CCRC have written to you the day before. You were copied into that. We've seen that Ms. Crichton was receiving very significant advice in relation to Gareth Jenkins. What explanation was given for her not being called into the room to address Horizon issues?
So I think in the minutes it says that if we just scroll down a bit. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, it's here. Sorry, it's at B. So the board were concerned that the review opened the business up to claims, and the board asked if Susan Crichton, as General Counsel, was in any way implicated. So as this conversation was going on and I was taking my notes, I assumed that it was because of that Susan hadn't been invited into the room.
Yes. Did anybody say why? Was
No.
there any discussion?
No.
Let's read a little bit about that, about what it says emerged from the meeting. So A, the CEO explains that although the second site report had been challenging, it had highlighted some positive things as well as improvement opportunities. So was it just the CEO who was addressing these issues, from your recollection?
So from these minutes, and I believe the CEO then took over responsibility for delivering this paper.
And then B, the board were concerned that the review opened the business up to claims of wrongful prosecution. The board asked if Susan Crichton, the General Counsel, was in any way implicated in the prosecutions. C, the board expressed strong views that the business had not managed the second site review well and stressed the need for better management and cost control going forward. Now, minutes don't always reflect precisely what is said at that meeting. Can you assist us with that comment? Was there a particular, it's a reference there to the business had not managed second site well. Was it the business that was the subject of their concern? Were there named people?
So I think, I believe if there had been named people, I would have put those in the minutes. So I think the not managing second site well, and you can see there the cost control, I believe the board thought, and I can't speak for them individually obviously, but from this minute I believe that the board thought second site review was taking too long, and that they weren't focusing in on what the board had originally thought they were going to focus in, which was basically the computer.
You were somebody who was, as we've seen, quite involved in liaising with second site. Was there any criticism of you in this meeting?
Not that I can recall.
Did you infer any criticism of yourself?
I can't remember there being any criticism.
Did you infer, or was there any criticism of any specific named individuals?
Well, only the Susan Crichton bit at the top. Can we go down a little bit further?
Yeah.
Because they then go on to say the board accepted it was an independent review. But they still thought the business hadn't managed that review well.
And there's lots of reference to the business, the business, the business. Did they really just speak in terms of the business, or was there comment on the performance of particular individuals?
Not that I can recall.
We have their action, Susan Crichton. Was it normal for somebody to be listed as the action point, having not attended the meeting?
No, this is really unusual. It's really unusual that someone was left outside the door. It's really unusual for someone to get an action point without being in the room. It being so unusual, why is there no reference to that fact in the minutes itself? Well, there's reference that she is not in the room.
Where's the reference to her?
Because she's not on the list. She's not named as... there would have been, at the beginning, Susan Crichton, General Counsel, joined the meeting. So...
But we have... if we scroll up to page 1... If we scroll down, we have apologies for absence. We don't have Susan Crichton's name there.
No.
We have in attendance, we have who is there. We don't have any reference to who's sitting outside the room waiting to be called in. And there isn't any reference throughout these minutes to the fact that the chair had asked for Ms. Crichton not to be called in. Is that something you would expect to find in the minutes of a board meeting?
No, I wouldn't.
So if somebody had been asked to attend but had been kept outside, you would not expect that to be minuted in the minutes?
So I wouldn't have expected to be no, because the board minute is what happened in that room, and she didn't come into the room. And that's now, the board minutes were agreed by the chair, were agreed by the board at the following board meeting. So if anyone was uncomfortable with that, they would have said so.
But it wasn't just that she wasn't at the meeting. It was, as you've said, somebody specifically asked during the course of the meeting for her not to come in.
Yes.
Is that not a notable event that should be minuted?
I don't think so, but clearly it could have been minuted differently, but the chair and everyone who checked these minutes were happy that this was the way it was minuted.
But you're the company secretary.
Yes.
Are you responsible for the minutes or not?
Yes, I am responsible for the minutes.
Could we turn to page 6, please, and have a look again at the Horizon update? Did you, in this meeting, mention having received a letter from the Criminal Cases Review Commission?
No.
One of the things that you said to me earlier was that the General Counsel didn't need to attend all of the board meetings because you were personally in the reporting line. Did you consider whether at this particular meeting you should say something?
I didn't think I had the knowledge to say anything. I could have told them about a letter, but I couldn't have told them what that letter meant or what we were going to do about that letter. So I didn't have the expertise to raise that.
Irrespective of the CCRC issue, we've seen email after email after email copied to you, sent to you, asking for your opinion, relating to James Arbuthnot, relating to Second Sight. Did you not think that Susan Crichton not being in that meeting, you were actually quite an appropriate person to address the board on this issue?
So I think the appropriate person to address the board was the CEO, was Paula Venables, because she's addressing the board, and has most of the updates that I would have had.
Do you think that you had provided her with sufficient information to speak to all of those issues?
I'm not sure the CCRC, because that had happened, the day before or the same day or whatever. But I believe that Paula would have known the other issues with Second Sight and with, but that's my recollection now.
Could we just return to the first document that we saw this morning, and that's the expert report, EXPG 00000006, please. It's page 30. It's the bottom of page 29 into page 30, please. A company secretary's accountabilities normally include, and then we have E, arranging participation of non-board members for specific items in board discussions, including handling, sight of relevant minutes, timing of board appearances, follow-up. Do you think you failed in that on this occasion?
No, I don't. I had arranged for Susan to be there at the correct time to give her presentation to the board, and I was stopped from getting her into the room by the chair. So I actually do think I was doing what it says here.
Do you think that not raising any concerns about that, knowing that Susan Crichton was very well placed to speak to the Horizon issues, was in any way a failing on your part?
So I can't specifically remember, but I think I would have raised concerns with that after the meeting with Alice and possibly Paula.
You would have raised concerns?
I believe I would have done. I can't specifically remember, but having gone through that meeting where clearly Susan had been excluded from the meeting, I would have raised that, I believe, with the chair and with Paula.
And what did you say?
I can't remember. I specifically cannot remember.
I mean, it's quite a significant moment in time.
No, absolutely.
Both for your professional career, but especially for this inquiry. Do you recall any conversation with Paula Venables or Alice Perkins?
I can't recall any specific conversation, but my belief is that if that had happened, I would have spoken to, especially the chair, about how that meeting had been run and that someone was standing outside waiting to deliver a report.
We know that board work, it doesn't just occur at those formal board meetings. There are a number of people who attended that meeting, and a number of non-executive directors, for example. Did you have discussions over lunch, over dinner, over a drink, over some other social activity with any of them, raising concerns about how that particular meeting was conducted?
Not that I can remember.
Did you have any discussions with them about the growing picture at the post office, concerns about the Criminal Cases Review Commission?
Not that I can remember.
Do you think that the board or members of the board were kept properly up to date and informed of those developments? Well,
and I don't know if if it's chronologically, if it's in this order, but I wasn't appraised of the clerk advice, and I don't believe that I don't believe I sent the clerk advice to the board, so therefore the board were not appraised of the clerk advice. So things should have been sent that weren't, I think.
And who do you place responsibility for that on?
Well, it has to be anyone who knew about the clerk advice. I mean, I don't know who the clerk advice was shared with, whether it was shared with the chair, whether it was shared with Paula. All I know is that I don't believe I received it, and I was not asked to send it to the board. So I don't know who made the decision for it not to go to the board, but I don't believe it ever went to the board.
Can we turn to poll 00192-758, please?
Before we do, Mr. Blake, there's just one aspect of the minutes that I'd like to go back to, if I may.
Absolutely. Those minutes are poll 000215516.
And if we go to the section dealing with the Horizon update, which I think is page 6.
Yes.
So under B, the specific question is raised as to whether Ms. Crichton was in any way implicated in the prosecutions, and then there's a report of what followed. Could we now go to E, please, over the page? There's an explicit reference there, is there not, Ms. Lyons, to the board asking Ms. Reynolds if she had considered changing the person leading for the business, right? Now, the person leading for the business, we've been told, was Ms. Crichton. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
So is that the reason she was excluded from the meeting? Because, in effect, she was going to be criticised?
Possibly.
Thank you. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Blake.
Is it a little odd that she's not mentioned by name in E? I mean, you've said that if she had been mentioned, somebody had been mentioned by name, it would be in the minutes. It's a bit cryptic, isn't it? The person leading.
I don't think anything was meant by that. I think that's. I don't think it was. I can't remember these minutes. I don't think it was changed. You know, anybody said, "Oh, that shouldn't be mentioned by name." So I can't remember.
Could we now turn to poll 00193-019? I'm going to skip out that other document. We're now moving to the 30th of July 2013, and an email from Simon Baker to you're copied in there. All you'll shortly receive an invitation to a Horizon Investigation Risk Workshop. The purpose of the workshop is to identify, quantify and produce mitigation plans for the risks associated with the Horizon investigation and related activities, including the improvement project to respond to the findings. Do you recall the Horizon Investigation Risk Workshop?
I don't, I'm afraid. I don't think I was a member. I think I was just being told it was happening.
Thank you. Could we turn now to poll 00193-585? And this is advice from Bond Dickinson on the risks, principally to the directors of the company. Do you recall this advice?
No.
one of your responsibilities, I think, as company chairman, as company secretary, involved looking out for the kinds of risks that are discussed in this document. Is that right? If we look over the page, please, we can see section there, risks to post office, prosecutions and convictions. As noted above, where circumstances warrant, post office prosecutes sub-postmasters who have acted criminally. The basis of these prosecutions is often found in the transaction records recorded in Horizon. As a result of Second Sight's investigation/interim report, Post Office is reviewing all its criminal prosecutions over the last 3 years to identify any cases where a conviction may be unsafe. In particular, the expert evidence of one Post Office witness, Dr. Gareth Jenkins of Fujitsu, may have failed to disclose certain historic problems in the Horizon system. Under the criminal prosecution guidelines, Post Office has an obligation to disclose this previously undisclosed information to Sub-Postmasters Defence Counsel. Post Office is required to make these retrospective disclosures where the additional information may have undermined a prosecution case or assisted with an accused defence. By this stage, that is August 2013, were you aware of concerns about the reliability of Gareth Jenkins?
So I do not believe I saw this advice. I don't believe I sent this advice to the board.
Because over the page, on page 3, there's a section on D&O risks. And it says, we've considered whether a claim could lie against a director or officer of Post Office. We think this is unlikely, as it will be difficult for a sub-postmaster to pierce the corporate veil. Most of the above claims, if brought and if viable, would be against Post Office Limited as a company. Nevertheless, we can envisage the following possible scenarios involving directors and officers. And they set out there the possible claims that could be brought. Now, we saw in those board minutes that we looked at a concern amongst the board of their potential liability for matters arising from the Second Sight report. This seems to be an advice that addresses those very risks. Why do you think it is that this wasn't brought to your attention if it wasn't?
I have no idea, because this is exactly what the board were asking for.
And do you recall the board ever receiving that kind of advice?
So I believe there was a paper, I think written by Chris Day, about a D&O risk, but I do not think the board, or I certainly did not don't believe I received this, and I don't believe I sent it to the board. Again, I can't say if any board members saw this advice, as in the CEO or the chair. But
and separately, as at that time, so August 2013, were you personally aware of the concerns about the reliability of Gareth Jenkins' evidence?
No, because this document would have made that very clear as well.
Yes. Thank you. Can we please now, we're going to move on to autumn 2013. Could we please look at poll 00146545? And if we could start on page 2, the bottom of page 2. Bottom of the page, we have an email from Jarnail Singh to yourself saying, Alwen, for criminal prosecution and civil litigation cases, it is essential for Post Office to instruct expert witness to produce expert reports on the impact of Second Sight's interim report on the Horizon system. Please find attached both CV from Professor Kramer and Professor Dooley from Imperial College London, who have agreed to undertake the expert witness work. If we scroll up, we see a response from yourself saying, I think Leslie and Hugh should sign this off. Leslie, from an IT perspective, that these CVs mean they'll understand and be able to explain Horizon. At this stage, where Jarnail Singh is specifically contacting you about 2 potential new experts, were you aware of concerns about the reliability of Gareth Jenkins?
So at this stage, I knew that I knew the business was not using Gareth Jenkins anymore, because I think something came up at an ARC meeting, and we talked about finding an expert witness. But there was no explanation as to why we were no longer allowed to use Gareth Jenkins, or if he'd retired, or I didn't know that information. But we were asked, the board asked for this specific thing to happen, for us to go and find, and to find out how much it would cost as well, because that was the other issue that came up in the ARC.
And did no one ever ask the question, why aren't we using our old expert?
So I think I think it says somewhere that we can no longer use, and I don't remember ever being asked, well, why?
Ever asked or ever asking?
I don't remember ever asking. Someone says to you, we're no longer doing that, we're doing this. Go away and sort that out. We were doing the go away and sort that out.
I mean, you had personally liaised with Gareth Jenkins over a number of years. Was it not surprising that you were moving on to new experts?
Well, I'd had probably a dozen emails from Gareth Jenkins when I was asking for things. I didn't know Gareth. I don't think I'd ever met Gareth. So I didn't read anything into it apart from we need a new expert witness.
Moving on to poll 001465548, please. On page 1, there's an email from Hugh Flemington. If we scroll down to Leslie Sewell and yourself. Thank you. Sorry, if we could scroll up. Topic being experts, horizon issues. And he says as follows: Susan was minded to slow this down. Brian Altman, our Uber QC, may recommend that the Post Office cease prosecuting altogether. Therefore, why waste time and money committing to this person? This piece of work is not widely known within the Post Office. Were you aware at that time of a piece of work that had been requested of Brian Altman, now KC, relating to the potentially stopping prosecuting altogether?
I can't remember it.
Would it have concerned you that somebody described as the Post Office's Uber QC was advising on a significant matter relating to prosecutions, and that wasn't widely known?
So what I thought we were chasing here was a new expert witness, and that's the piece of work that I thought I was helping to coordinate by getting the CVs looked at or whatever. Now Susan is saying we might not be doing this anymore. I mean, I think in an earlier document there's something about ceasing prosecutions. So I'm not surprised that we are considering ceasing prosecutions, but if we are going to prosecute, we need a new expert witness.
Was that discussion, so the issue that was not widely known within the Post Office, was that known at board level, do you think?
I can't remember if it was ever taken to board that Brian Altman was doing this work.
And again, it's a small group of people, similar group to the emails that we've seen over the years in 2012 and into 2013. Is it surprising that at this stage you still are not aware of concerns that were raised about Gareth Jenkins?
Well, unless someone had shared that with me, I wouldn't have been aware. A lot of the people on these emails are the lawyers. I wouldn't have been aware unless someone told me.
Thank you. I'm going to now move on to 2014. Could we please turn to poll 001475542? I'll just go to a few documents from 2014, okay, and then we're going to move on to a separate subject of remote access.
Okay.
we have the second email from Alice Perkins to yourself. We're now in March 2014, and it relates to the Audit and Risk Committee papers. And she says, I can't attend this meeting, but I was looking at the papers to see the post-mortem/lessons learned from Horizon/Second Sight stuff. I thought we were told at the board last week that it was on the agenda for this meeting. What am I missing? Brain cells or paper or neither? And then you forward that to Belinda Crowe and say, I need to go back on this. I thought you had discussed the delay on this with her. Can you recall the context of this discussion?
So, and again, I'm assuming here, but I'm reading these emails and I'm thinking that on the original ARC agenda, there was a piece on there about Horizon Second Sight, post-mortem or whatever we want to call it, lessons learned, and that Alice was expecting that to be on the agenda, or wasn't expecting a paper. I clearly have taken it off the agenda on the advice of Belinda because it's either not ready or whatever. I've sent the papers out without it, and Alice is saying, well, where's the paper on Horizon Second Sight? I wouldn't have sent that paper, I don't believe, unless I thought that Belinda had had this conversation with Alice, because I knew, because I'd been in the board the week before, and I knew that Alice was expecting this to come to ARC.
Thank you. And one final document before we move on, and that's Poll 00147-834. We're still in 2014, we're in March 2014, and you are there giving thoughts on advice received from Linklaters. Can you assist us with why you were there giving your thoughts on
So
advice?
I would only have given my thoughts, I think, if I'd been asked. Because I'm sending it direct to Chris, I was asked by Chris rather than Chris and Paula, but clearly I've sent it to both of them. And I have gone through the Linklaters advice and given them, I've been asked for my opinion, I think, on how the board will respond to the Linklaters advice. And that's what I've done here. But it's only my opinion. The board might not have responded like this, it's just my opinion.
I'd just like to go through a few of those, and if we could bring up on screen alongside it the Linklaters advice, and that is Poll 00107-317, please. Thank you. So if we could turn to 1.2 on the left-hand side, so that is, I think, the second page. Thank you. So the Linklaters advice, do you recall the circumstances in which the Linklaters advice had been sought?
So I think the board had asked for advice on the sub-postmaster's contract and the sub-postmaster's contract and whether the sub-postmaster's contract enabled the post office to get money back from sub-postmasters over losses. I think that's me paraphrasing it, but...
And they say on the left-hand side, the relationship between sub-postmasters and the post office is governed by the standard form contract, which, according to its terms, allows the post office to recover losses and is terminable on 3 months' notice without the need to specify a reason. The relationship between the sub-postmasters and the post office is one of principal and agent, and the sub-postmasters are not employees. There is no broader duty of care which would extend the contractual duties owed by the post office in any respect relevant to the issues in this report. And your comment is as follows. It's 1.2, said in this way, is exactly the heavy-handed big business versus small sub-postmasters that James Arbuthnot thinks we are guilty of. Mm-hmm. So this is talking about the relationship between sub-postmasters, and James Arbuthnot is concerned that it's a heavy-handed relationship. Was that shared amongst the board? Are you summarising here what you think the board's views are, or are they your own views?
So this was shared with Alice, certainly at her first meeting with James. And I can't remember whether she shared that. She gave an update to the board. I'm not sure. I can't remember whether she shared that with the board or at any of the other meetings that we've seen today, whether it was mentioned. Sorry,
was that a concern, though? I mean, was it something that you ever discussed with the CEO, the chair, senior executives about a heavy-handed big business versus small sub-postmaster relationship?
So I think it might have been a concern for the chair because of the conversations that she'd had with James. Wider than that, I can't really say.
Okay. 1.4, absent such proof that Horizon is not working as it should, the Post Office should be able to recover losses which the Horizon records indicate are owing on an individual sub-postmaster's account. If the Post Office is entitled to recover losses, then there can be no question of a consequential loss claim on the part of the sub-postmaster relating to their recovery. And you say the board will be in different places. NM, is that Neil McCausland?
Yes.
So he was a non-executive...
He was the SID as well.
He was the
Senior Independent Director.
Thank you. We'll say good, then we can put the lid back on the can of worms and pay very little. AP, that's Alice Perkins, is it?
Yes.
Will be more concerned about political optics. I mean, is this an insight we get into the different positions in the board on paying money to sub-postmasters or
I
recovering
mean,
money?
these are just my thoughts of how I think they would respond. So, you know, they may have responded very differently, but these are just, you know, this is how I think they will respond when they read this document. And Alice was always concerned about the political optics and making sure that we took account of what MPs were saying, etc., etc. And Neil was much more pragmatic, I suppose, about you know, how do we take this forward.
The suggestion, though, being that he was also concerned about not paying very much.
I think everyone, I think the whole board were concerned about the cost.
Thank you. If we scroll down the left-hand side to 2.3, importantly, Joe Swinson, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Employment Relations and Consumer Affairs, noted that there was no evidence of a systemic problem with Horizon. This has also been the Post Office's conclusion on the information so far available to it. We know that there is, so far as we understand it, no objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon. We do think that such a report would be helpful, though there is a decision to be made about how broad and or thorough it needs to be. And your comment on that, if we have a look at, yes, on the right-hand side, is it's unhelpful because it suggested we should have taken a different route and commissioned such a report rather than use Second Sight. So why didn't we?
Sorry.
No, you carry on, please.
So that comment there is how I think, my thoughts of how I think the board will respond, because we've already had in a board meeting the suggestion that business hasn't managed Second Sight and it's all taking too long, and etc., etc. So I think 2.3, because 2.3 on the left-hand side is suggesting that we need to do a more in-depth report to address the use and reliability of Horizon, I think the board will be frustrated because they thought that's what they were getting with Second Sight.
Thank you. If we stick with the left-hand side and scroll down, let's go to 5.30. Sorry, it's 5.30, so it's on a bit more. 5.30. page 8. Thank you. So 5.30 says, it is the reliability of the Horizon system as a matter of principle which is important. If there are doubts about the reliability of the system, then this could obviously impact on the Post Office's ability to claim losses, since it calls into question whether such losses exist at all. This is the fundamental question, and one which has not yet been satisfactorily addressed. And you say this will worry them, as we have said all along that there is no systemic issue with Horizon. This may make them think there may be an issue, and why hasn't the business undertaken a proper forensic review / audit? So you had here received advice from Linklaters questioning whether in fact the Post Office had properly looked into the reliability of Horizon. And you were concerned that that would worry the board.
Well, it's sort of the same point as 2.3 that we talked about earlier, is that this is now saying that we need a proper forensic review of Horizon before we can say it has integrity.
And if we scroll down, please, to 5.55, this is the last paragraph we'll look at in this document. .55, please. Page 13. 13. Thanks. 5.55. The Post Office, in its capacity as a prosecutor, has duties of disclosure which extend beyond the date of conviction in any particular case. And it cites a case there. It was observed that private prosecutors are subject to the same obligations to act as a minister of justice as the public prosecuting authorities. Any material in the possession of Post Office which might cast doubt on the safety of any conviction ought therefore to be disclosed to a convicted party. And your comment on that is this will cause concern again as it reopens the Post Office as a prosecutor, even if that is not what is being said. Is it fair to say that as at March 2014, you were concerned that the board would not be happy with the Linklaters' advice, both because it raises issues with the reliability of the Horizon system, the reliability, the fact that there hasn't been a comprehensive report addressing Horizon, and also that it raised issues relating to the Post Office's prosecution role?
So, as I said, this email is me assuming what the board will think. So that's a bit dangerous, but that's me assuming that's what they will think. And what I've tried to do in the report is highlight the areas that I think will cause concern for the board. Yeah. And the main concern, I think, is that the Linklaters report seems to be saying this is all fine, you can reclaim monies, etc., etc. However, you have to prove first that Horizon's integrity. And I think, firstly, the board thought we were doing that with Second Sight, and that's clearly not enough. So what I've tried to say, and the prosecutor piece, because this 5.55 is referring to the Clark advice and Gareth Jenkins. Well, I hadn't seen that. I didn't believe the board had seen that. So I'm not when I say reopens the PO as a prosecutor, I'm not reading that as the Clark advice. I'm reading it as, Post Office has a capacity as a prosecutor. And I believed we were already doing some work to understand how we would change that.
And looking back now at when that report ultimately went to the board, do you recall concerns that you had expressed in that email arising or not arising?
I honestly can't remember.
Okay, thank you. So I only have one more topic to address before handing over to core participants, but I think that might be an appropriate time to take our mid-afternoon break.
Certainly. All right. So we'll resume again at
3:30.
3:30, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to the topic of remote access.
Okay.
Could we start with poll 000295989, please? And second page, please. Over the page. An email from Paula Vennels to yourself. She says, Alwen, thanks for the various documents coming through in enormous volume. Hopefully you'll be reaching the end soon. How did the call go this morning regarding James Arbuthnot with Second Sight, and has Janet been in touch? If we go over the page to page 1, at the very top, we have an email from yourself to Paula Vennels. And you say, okay, here goes. Good call with Second Sight, but James has definitely caused confusion with his cases or themes or topics, etc. Second Sight have agreed that they will look into 3 cases. They will tell JFSA which 3 cases to keep them on board, but Second Sight are choosing which. One of these will be dealing with the issue of remote access to a sub-postmaster's account, which James specifically raised. I have just spoken to Leslie, who has engaged Fujitsu today and is confident that within a week they will provide evidence about access and audit trails, etc. Leslie and I will meet Fujitsu on the 3rd to go through this, and then if we are comfortable, go through with Second Sight and Fujitsu on the 6th, so let the technical people can discuss the detail. So as at the May 2013, you're aware of a specific interest in the issue of remote access?
Yes.
Could we look at poll 000295990? The bottom, second page, sorry. We're now in June, 4th of June. An email from Martin Edwards, Chief of Staff to Paula Vennels. He says, as you know, Paula is seeing Alice tomorrow. She's asked if you can provide an update on the latest state of play with James Arbuthnot et al. And your response is above that. And I'll just read to you a couple of passages from your response. You say, SS, Second Sight, are now working on the 3 cases as agreed, which include the Rudkin case, where he alleges that he heard someone at Fujitsu state that they could alter a sub-postmaster's account. Leslie and I had a meeting with Fujitsu this week, and they are providing us with an audit trail of adjustments which can be made centrally, which they say happens very rarely, so we are waiting to see that and the controls in place. However, they suggest that what Rudkin heard was testers from Horizon Online referring to test data and not a live environment. This would be good if we could prove it. The plan is to look at the audit trails and then have a joint meeting with us, Second Sight and Fujitsu. So you're specifically there raising the issue of Mr. Rudkin's case and remote access to Paula Vennels, or Paula Vennels is Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Poll 000296001. We're moving to the 11th of June now, and this is an email from Ron Warmington of Second Sight in advance of a call the next day. And he says, I'm afraid only 2 of the 7 documents that you've enclosed seem to be relevant to SR 005. That's Mr. Rudkin's case,
yes.
The remote access case. The other 5, in themselves excellent documents that were enclosed, all relate to Horizon Online, which, as is explained in Gareth Jenkins's affidavit, was rolled out between January and September 2010. They're therefore irrelevant to SR 005. Do you remember this morning I was mentioning an email from Mr. Warmington that was concerned with over-disclosure of irrelevant material?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, he raises a concern. He says, luckily we picked up the basic error at this point and not while presenting our interim report to a roomful of MPs. Over the page, please. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's call, but we need to produce something that is crisp, easy to understand, and that absolutely nails this really serious allegation once and for all. Do you recall Second Sight being determined to get to the bottom of that remote access issue as well?
Yes, I think they were, but I think the business were as well.
If we move on to the 24th of June, that's poll 001888912. This is an email I took you to earlier, but I said I'd come back to it. If we scroll down to the second email, it's Simon Baker to yourself, Susan Crichton, and Leslie Sewell. And in relation, he's had a call with Ron and Ian, SR 005, so the same case, the Rudkin case. They're very unhappy and angry with our response to SR 005. Post Office haven't answered the questions, just spouting out the same old line. We need to sort this out in the next few days. I've taken the action, provide them focused information which should provide them what they need, although I'm concerned about the time I have to gather it. And the response above from yourself, you email Leslie Sewell and say, Leslie, I think you're going to have to get involved in the Bracknell one or we're going to lose the argument. So you're escalating it there with Leslie Sewell.
Yes.
Do you recall Second Sight being unhappy and angry at this stage?
Only from documents that I've been sent from the inquiry. I don't recall this specifically. But all I'm doing here is saying, Second Sight clearly are not getting what they want. Leslie, you own the relationship. You've got to get involved.
Thank you. And then we have the interim report that was ultimately produced. That's poll 000999063. And that's the 8th of July 2013. This is their interim report. If we look at page 12, it addresses Mr. Rudkin's case. Spot review SR05. And if we go over the page, 1.7, for example, it's unfortunate that due to the length of time that has elapsed, neither the Post Office nor Fujitsu were able to identify any individuals who met with the sub-postmaster. And then they refer to this, managing to find an email proving that the meeting took place. Unfortunately, due to a change in email systems, email from 2008 have yet to be provided to us, but they've reviewed some of the relevant material. And then if we look down at 1.14, this is how they end their review of Mr. Rudkin's case. They say, we are left with a conflict of evidence on this issue and our inquiries are continuing, particularly in the light of new information confirming that the meeting on the 19th of August 2008 did in fact occur. So concerns prior to the Second Sight's interim report raised by Second Sight about the lack of information or lack of clarity on the remote access issue. And in fact, there's no greater clarity by the time they've produced their interim report. They make clear that it's still up in the air. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Moving on in time, please, to the 30th of April 2014, could we please look at UKGI 000-19321? And this is a board meeting at which you are in attendance. And if we could please turn to page 6, there's now reference to the Deloitte report. Now, do you recall discussion about the Deloitte report?
I do, yes.
And was one of the purposes of the Deloitte report to assist with that issue of remote access, to get greater clarity in that?
So I think the main purpose of the Deloitte report, from my memory, was that whereas the Linklaters report had given us information about the contract, it was predicated on that Horizon had integrity. So I believe the Deloitte report, and there were two halves, I think, because one was New Horizon, and then there was some look at Old Horizon, but that came later. But I believe the Deloitte report was asked for to fill that gap.
And was one of those gaps in corporate knowledge to do with the remote access issue?
So I can't specifically remember that, but it may well have done.
Do you recall getting any greater clarity after the interim report on that very issue?
After the interim report?
Yes. So we've seen the interim report ended up without a clear
any
picture.
yes. So no, I don't think the interim report moved us forward at all.
So we have here the board discussing the Deloitte report. This is in advance of the Deloitte report. And it says the board welcomed Leslie Sewell and Gareth James, who was a partner at Deloitte, to the meeting. Chris Oyar also rejoined the meeting. The chairman thanked Gareth James for his draft report and explained that there were a number of people who were sceptical about Horizon. The board were concerned to know the truth about the reliability of the system. Deloitte's views would need to be expressed in such a way that they would persuade reasonable lay people. It might be suggested that that last sentence there is suggestive of trying to direct Deloitte in a particular way to persuade people. Is that your understanding of those words?
My understanding of that is that it needs to be written in such a way as people can understand it, and that's what I'm reading into that. So make it accessible, is I think.
Thank you. And then E, Chris Oyar explained that several of the sub-postmasters who were challenging Horizon had made allegations about phantom transactions which were non-traceable. Assurance from Deloitte about the integrity of the system records logs would be very valuable. The board asked what assurance could be given pre-2010 when the different Horizon system was in use. It was agreed that Gareth James would produce and cost a proposal for additional work to enable assurance for the wider system, including pre-2010. There was then a further board meeting that followed the report, and that, can we please turn to poll 000215525. That is the board meeting of the 21st of May 2014. Do you recall that board meeting? I can take you to the relevant part. So it's page 9, there's a section on Sparrow. And we see there, if we scroll down, reference there to the draft executive summary of the Horizon Assurance Review having been circulated to the board. I want to see how these minutes were drafted.
Okay.
Could we turn to poll 003843888, please? And it's the second page. It's an email from yourself to Chris Oyar and Belinda Crowe. Thank you very much. Now, this is the 23rd of May. So we've seen there, the meeting itself was the 21st of May. Presumably, the minutes themselves are not typed up on the 21st of May. There is a process that follows that meeting. We're now on the 23rd of May, which is the date that the Deloitte report was actually produced.
Okay.
So that is what we refer to as the final Deloitte report, although I think on the front it says that it's a draft for discussion or something along those lines. You are emailing Chris Oyar and Belinda Crowe, and you say as follows: "It's a bit smoke and mirrors, but here are the minutes. Comments ASAP, please." Now, I think in your witness statement, you've said that there's no issue with the word smoke and mirrors. You didn't mean anything by it. Is that correct?
Well, clearly it's very unprofessional, and I shouldn't have put it in the email. I seem to recall that when I escorted Belinda and Chris out of the meeting, because the conversation had been quite cyclical, and in terms of Sparrow, and Belinda, I believe, turned to me and said, "Oh, good luck with minuting that." And I'd said to her, "It's a bit smoke and mirrors." And I stupidly had carried the conversation onto this email. But it's unprofessional and it shouldn't have happened.
But, I mean, smoke and mirrors is suggestive of, in some way, misleading.
Yeah, no, that's not what I meant, and my minutes were not misleading.
What you are doing, though, is you're sending to Belinda Crowe and Chris Oyar draft minutes that they are then amending.
So my practice was that I would take verbatim notes wherever possible, and when the conversation was cyclical and that became quite difficult, but they were taken, I would then draft the minute, and it would be sent out to the executive member, or Belinda wasn't an executive member, but the executive member who was responsible for the input to that part of the minute of the meeting. I would then. They would then give their input. I would then get that back, and I would revisit my verbatim notes to check that actually their input had come to the meeting first and that it was accurate. So that was my practice, and then after that had happened, the minute would go to the chair for their input.
So if we scroll up, we can see that Belinda Crowe has responded, and she says, comments from me and Chris comments from me, but Chris will need to agree. We're going to be speaking shortly. And if we scroll down, we can see, now they're in a slightly different colour, I think, the comments. We might be able to see them. If we scroll down, please, under Sparrow, can you see? It's a little difficult to see, but the comments seem to be in a slightly less dark format. So it has been amended here as follows. It was reported that, and then the draft executive summary of the Horizon Assurance Review prepared by Deloitte had been circulated to the board. Chris advised that it was anticipated that the full review would be available to the business on Friday the 23rd of May, and that he would circulate it to the board, and it's this addition that I'd like to ask you about, as soon as possible, but only when he was satisfied with its drafting and the clarity of expression. It was agreed that he would escalate within Deloitte if he had concerns about the quality of the product. Now, that was added on the day that, in fact, he received, that Chris Oyard and Belinda Crowe received the report itself. So they are amending minutes referring to a report that they have now received.
I didn't realise that.
No. And do you see an issue with that?
I would if I didn't believe that I went back to my verbatim notes and checked them.
I mean, is it possible that those words that are highlighted there were not actually spoken at that meeting?
Well, we do say that we want them to be clear, don't we? We want them to be, we want them to be understandable.
Sorry, it's the second, yes.
Yes.
So it's him saying, in essence, that he would escalate to Deloitte if he had concerns about the quality of the product, and the board might not be receiving it when he receives it.
Yes. With hindsight, knowing that they received the report on the same day, that might be an issue. If Belinda and Chris are responding to this having read the report, then that's a completely different mindset to just responding to this as this is what they believe they told the meeting. I do think I would have gone back and checked my verbatim notes, and if this hadn't been in there at whatever whatever level, I would have gone back and challenged Chris and Belinda. I don't remember doing that.
Are the number of changes unusual?
So
if we scroll down, we can see more over the page as well.
So there's a lot of information being put in by Belinda and Chris, who obviously wanted as much information in here as possible.
Or wanted to direct how the minutes would read.
Well, I believe I went back and checked my notes, and a lot of this information might have been in their report, and my practice was not to regurgitate the report in the minutes because the board had the report. So
they didn't yet have the report, though, did they?
They had a report. They brought a report to this meeting, didn't they?
They had an executive summary at the meeting.
Yes.
The report would follow, and the words that were inserted were to the effect that they wouldn't necessarily receive the report straight away.
Right. So this does look as if there have been a lot of additions. However, my practice, as I say, was to go back and check my verbatim notes. And if I hadn't heard this at the meeting, I would have gone back to Chris and Belinda and said, actually, you didn't say any of this. You can't just have it in the minutes.
Thank you. Let's look at the report very quickly. It's Pol 000280062. It's page 31. Did you read the Deloitte report?
So I'm not sure that I saw the long Deloitte report. And therefore I'm not sure the board saw the long Deloitte report.
And given that you had a governance aspect of your role,
Yes,
why would you not have read the Deloitte report?
because I'm not sure it was given to me.
Having read it now, is it not a document that you recognise?
I don't recognise it.
Could we turn to page 31, please? Thank you. And it's the bottom there. I don't know if you've seen me go through this or anybody go through this with other witnesses, but it's G. A method for posting balancing transactions was observed from technical documentation, which allows for posting of additional transactions centrally without the requirement for these transactions to be accepted by sub-postmasters. Whilst an audit trail is asserted to be in place over these functions, evidence of testing of these features is not available. Third bullet point, for balancing transactions, we did not identify controls to routinely monitor all centrally initiated transactions to verify that they are all initiated and actioned through known and governed processes or controls. And the final one, controls that would detect where a person with authorised privileged access used such access to send a fake basket into the digital signing process could not be evidenced to exist. Looking at those now, are those matters that you would have expected to have been brought to your attention, given your involvement in the remote access issue?
Yes. I mean, the first one there is interesting because it doesn't. The first one there doesn't say without the knowledge of the sub-postmaster, because it says the sub-postmaster hasn't got to accept them, but it doesn't say without the knowledge of the sub-postmaster. So I believed at this point that the sub-postmaster could see everything in their account, every, like I spoke earlier about keystroke, every transaction. And even if they were sent a transaction correction and the process changed because they used to have to accept them, even if they were sent them and now we don't have to accept them, they would still see them. That was my understanding at this point. However, I do not remember seeing the long Deloitte report. I remember the board summary, which came to the board at a later date.
And that's what I would like to ask you about, that summary and
Okay.
the way that that was drafted. Could we please turn to Pol 003463991, page 2 and into page 3. You're copied in here, an email from Chris O'Yard to Paula Vennells and others. Dear all, following 2 longish calls that I've had with Deloitte today, they've now come back in the email below with a revised statement of the deliverable that they are proposing to produce for us. If the general consensus is this is okay, I would propose to ask Alwen to circulate the email to the board with the following message from me. Do you recall a process by which Deloitte were going to be drafting effectively a summary of the report? Or
From reading these emails, yes.
yes, but do you recall it at the time?
Ah.
We have
No.
below that the email from Gareth James, which sets out deliverables. these seek to create a shorter document for you intended for board circulation, which focuses on certain key and most relevant aspects of our wider work to date. Could we please turn to poll 003463996? There is then, on that page, we see an email from yourself to Paula Venables. Paula, do you want this to go to the board this evening as written by Chris, or should it wait until he has answered the questions in the morning? She said we should certainly refer to the pre-post, as otherwise it will look like we've forgotten it. Do you recall an issue relating to, I think, Legacy Horizon and Horizon Online, and not enough detail on that issue?
Yes, because Deloitte were, in fact, I think they'd been asked to do one report, but then tell us whether they were able to and how much it would cost to do a report on Legacy Horizon.
Thank you. Could we turn to poll 003464006? This is a very early email from, early in the morning email from Chris Oyard, 30th of May. You're copied in to Gareth James at Deloitte. We've discussed at some length the need to provide as much comfort as possible in respect of the period prior to 2010. For clarity, could you kindly confirm that you still propose to do this? 2, on the question of audience for the document, this is principally the board in the first instance. As discussed, we will, however, want to be able to use any high-level conclusions you may reach as a foundation for release of the Linklaters advice. At this stage, we're not sure what form we would need your conclusions to be expressed in. And 3, the proposed timing does not work for us. It seems as though there was some anger towards Deloitte about the time that it was all taking. Is that correct? Or is that your recollection?
Yes, yes. Sorry.
Yes. I mean, I'll summarise really where we get to from there. There is then produced the summary for the board, and the summary does not set out the information that I've taken you to before about remote access.
Okay.
Do you recall the summary being provided and any discussions about how that summary would be drafted and whether it should or shouldn't include more detail or detail about remote access?
I don't recall that, and I haven't seen any papers that suggest I'm part of that conversation.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now very quickly to the SWIFT review. Could we please bring up on screen poll 001533835? We're in 2015, 18th of December 2015. An email from Mark Underwood to yourself. Over the page, please, or down to the bottom and the top of page 2. There we go. Hi, Alwen. Thank you for providing Patrick with the minutes for the Sparrow subcommittee meeting and the extracts from other board meetings relevant to Sparrow. I will forward these on to Jonathan Swift, QC, this afternoon. As one would expect, numerous papers and reports are cross-referenced within these minutes. Can you recall assisting with the provision of information to Jonathan Swift?
Not specifically, but now that I've seen this, yes, I can recall that.
Can you recall ever reading his report, his ultimate report?
I don't think I ever saw his report.
Did you ever discuss his report or the drafting of his report with any senior executives at the Post Office?
No.
Would a report of that nature be something that you would expect to know about or to be told about or to read?
So can I just clarify, is this the report that Tim Parker, when he became chairman, was asked to?
Yes.
So I never saw this report, and I don't remember Tim Parker ever sharing that report with the board.
No, so you were, to some extent, involved in the provision of information?
Yes.
But do you remember any other involvement other than that?
No.
No. Did you ever discuss it with the chair?
So I believe the chair made it very clear that it was that he'd been asked to do this independently, and therefore there was no discussion about it.
Thank you. And very finally, your resignation, could we just turn to poll 000215549? 25th of July 2017, we have a board meeting, and it's at page 4. The CEO explained that the decision, it's at that meeting, in fact, that the CEO explained that decision not to prosecute agents, if they could use the Horizon system as a defence, would be reconsidered once Deloitte had completed their work on Horizon and could be used in court as an expert witness. Was this also the meeting at which you retired? Yes, if we go over to page 7, so at that same meeting where there was discussion about not prosecuting agents, it has resignation and appointment of the company secretary. Can you briefly assist us with the reasons for your retirement?
So they were personal reasons, because we'd had 2 bereavements in the family, close family, and one very ill person in my close family, and I needed to be at home supporting them rather than commuting up to London.
Thank you. So those are all of my questions. There are some questions from Mr. Jacobs and also from Ms. Shah on behalf of the National Federation for Sub-Postmasters.
All right.
Shall we start with Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Can you hear me now, Miss Lyons?
I can.
I'd like to take you to a document, please. POL 000581155. And while that's waiting to come up, I should tell you I represent a large number of sub-postmasters, sub-postmistresses and assistants who are affected by this scandal and are represented by Howe & Co. So this is a document, and if we could get call about a story, and it will be made clearer. Could we go, please, to page 2 of 3 at the bottom of that page? And it's an email from Hugh Flemington, if we could scroll down, 24th of July 2012, to Susan Crichton, yourself and Simon Baker. This is the story text which Jay put together, and we can see that Jay is Jarnail Singh. Following our meeting last week, any comments, please, before we release it? And so the story from Mr. Singh is entitled Second Sight Review Draft. And to summarise it, the first paragraph says that Post Office are going to undertake a review. The second paragraph says Second Sight are going to be instructed, and it will focus on cases raised by members of Parliament, and that JFSA want their own forensic accountant to monitor the work of Second Sight. That accountant is Kay Linnell. But I want to focus on the third paragraph, please, so if we could maybe highlight that. And I'll read, all of the above is accepted based on the terms of the review being carried out, but it must be stressed that this is not an acknowledgement by the Post Office Limited that there is an issue with Horizon. The Horizon system is working properly, robust, and is being used up and down the country. And then, importantly, when the system has been challenged in the criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. I want to ask you about that last statement. When the system has been challenged in the criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. And what I have to suggest is that that's not true. Would you agree?
So at this point, I would have, as Mr. Singh is the criminal lawyer, I would have accepted that that what he was telling me was the truth.
You would have accepted that it was or wasn't true?
Was the truth at that point, because he's telling me that this is what's happened in the criminal court.
Well, were you aware that Suzanne Palmer, who is a client who we represent and who was one of the case studies in an earlier phase of this inquiry, had been acquitted by a jury in Southend Crown Court in January 2007, and she had asserted in her defence that the Horizon system had prevented her from challenging any Horizon figures which she hadn't agreed. There had been, at her trial, a jury question directed at the Post Office to the effect of, what is Mrs. Palmer supposed to do if she didn't agree or doesn't agree with the figure that Horizon produced? And the Post Office had been unable or unwilling to answer that question. So an acquittal in relation to a sub-post mistress who challenged the Horizon system in January 2007. Quite a significant event.
Yes.
Is that something that you were aware of?
So I don't believe I was aware of that.
Okay. Moving on, you may give the same answer, but I need to put it to you. Also, in 2006, in Northern Ireland, in Dungannon Court, Maureen McKelvey, another one of our clients, was acquitted by a jury, and in her trial, it came to light that an area manager had experienced problems with balancing on the Horizon system at Miss McKelvey's branch terminal, and she had maintained right from the start that the losses that were alleged were due to errors on the computer system. Is that something that you knew about?
Not that I remember, no.
Now, the inquiry, you may or you may not know this, has heard evidence from the Post Office investigators in both of those cases, Miss Allen and Miss Winter, and they not only attended the hearings, attended those trials, they gave evidence against our clients, and they were present when the jury delivered their verdict. Is that not something that you knew?
No.
And did you consider, or did Miss Crichton consider, or did Mr. Baker consider that it would have been appropriate before accepting this statement or putting this out, that there should be some fact-checking that went on?
So, yeah, absolutely. I would have expected, if there was any doubt in this last sentence here from Mr. Singh, I would have expected other members of the legal team to challenge that, either Mr. Flemington or Miss Crichton, and to say this is not a correct statement.
Well, we'll go, if we could just go up to page 2 of 3 at the bottom, please. So just scrolling up slightly, we'll see that you wrote an email to Simon Baker, and you said, Simon, can you go to Alana with this request for the story, Post Office's story, as they are the experts. Who was Alana?
So Alana was Mark Davis's deputy in the communications team.
Okay. And why did you call it the story in exclamation, in speech marks?
I'm referring to what Mr. Flemington said further down in the email, and I'm not reading anything else into that at this point.
Okay, well, if we could move up then. After your request, Mr. Baker wrote to Alana Renner, copying you in with Mr. Flemington and Miss Crichton. Please can help us craft our message around the second site review. We need to combat the assertion that the review is acknowledgement that there is a problem with Horizon. John Ale has drafted some words below. Do they strike the right tone? So what we see here is the purpose of the story is to stop anyone saying that Post Office are acknowledging that there's a problem with Horizon.
And I think it's important here that in the second site review, Horizon was used as a more generic term than just the computer. So here, I don't know if Simon is saying problem with Horizon as the computer rather than the wider Horizon. Clearly, the wider Horizon is also very important.
Okay. If we could then scroll up to the next email, which is Roland and Kelleher, the 27th of July 2012 at 11:27. So he writes to Simon Baker, you're copied in again, and he says, as this message will most probably find its way into the media, we need to get the message across from the start that we continue to have full confidence in the robustness of the Horizon system, And I suggest the following tweaking to the proposed wording from Jarnail. And if you scroll down to the bottom of that letter, the tweak, so to speak, just waiting for that to come down, and then you can see the final sentence. It's not part of a sentence, it's a sentence on its own. When the system has been challenged in criminal courts, it has been successfully defended. So the expert, as you put it, looked into this, and when it came back and it was given sort of a final draft treatment, that sentence remained, didn't it?
Yes, and that's appalling.
And then going up to the top then, we've got, or the second from the top email, Ronan, that works, thanks, Simon. So everything seemed to be fine with that. And then the last email in the chain, which was from Jarnail Singh to Hugh Flemington. There's been some redaction there, but we can see your name,
yep.
Susan Crichton's name. Dear Hugh, Susan, Alwen, you've seen the final draft of and then our story. Can this now be released to our agents and counsel for consistent approach and submissions when there is? I think that's probably a typing mistake. And then challenges to Horizon, regards, Jarnail. And so the question I wanted to ask you is, who are the agents, who are our agents who this was going to go out to?
I don't know who he means by our agents, unless it's sub-postmasters.
So other sub-postmasters.
Yes, that's what I'm assuming. But
and then perhaps more troubling, this was going to go out to counsel. Surely that means that this was going to be used by barristers in cases against sub-postmasters.
well, that's why I said it was appalling.
Yeah. And do you accept, having said that it was appalling, that Post Office must have known that there had been Horizon acquittals?
Horizon what?
Horizon acquittals, sorry. I'll move the microphone. Horizon acquittals. And deliberately put out a false account to cover that up.
So I don't know who on this email chain would have known. Whether Mr. Singh knew, I don't know. But there, you would have imagined that the lawyers on this email chain would have known about the prosecutions brought against sub-postmasters.
Thank you. And this, the date of this, the 31st of July, you were the company's secretary at that point, weren't you? And did you present the story or show the story to the board?
I cannot remember doing so, but I may have shared it with Alice.
Okay. I'm just going to see if I have any more questions. Finally, can you explain why it was called Our Story in inverted commas?
I think it's because right at the beginning of the email, Hugh Flemington unfortunately calls it a story, and that's continued all the way up the email, and I think that's why.
So it's a deliberate use of words, isn't it?
Yes, it's deliberate in this email, but in terms of our story, I think it's just saying what is the Post Office want to say about this. That's.
I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ms. Shah from the NFSP. She's assured me she's going to be 7 minutes. And then we have briefly Ms. Patrick as well.
Right, okay.
Where am I looking?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lyons. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can, yes.
So I represent the NFSP at the inquiry. I'm going to be referring to sections of your witness statement, but this does not need to be brought up unless you wish to review these sections. We saw in your witness statement and in your evidence that your parents ran a sub-post office. We saw in your... Is that okay? Yeah. So we saw in your witness statement that your parents ran a sub-post office, And I think that your father was also a previous General Secretary of the NFSP from 1980 to 1991, is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
And at paragraphs 32 and 33 of your witness statement, you describe your role as including the disciplining of sub-postmasters. This inquiry has heard a great deal about the overzealous, aggressive and intrusive way in which audits and investigations were carried out, with an attitude of guilty from the outset, terminology used such as offender reports. In fact, you would have been part of that way of working, wouldn't you?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I had no part of the investigation procedures, or I was the area manager or retail network manager between 91 and 95, as you say in paragraph 32. I spent most of my time trying to help sub-postmasters and support them. If something happened, which meant that there was an issue at an office, I believe that I would approach things in an even-handed way and would have listened to the sub-postmaster as well as listening to investigation or whatever.
So you wouldn't accept that, given that we have heard about this culture of guilty until proven innocent, that given your family background in a sub-post office and the family background in the NFSP, there was not much empathy being shown in this disciplining of sub-postmasters when you were in your role?
So I'm saying that I don't agree with you in terms of my empathy with sub-postmasters. In 91 to 95, the investigation part of the business was in Royal Mail Group. And that was a very different culture to how we dealt with sub-postmasters and tried to help sub-postmasters during this time. So I would really disagree that I was heavy-handed with sub-postmasters at all.
Okay. At paragraph 49 of your witness statement, you talk about your role as head of directly managed branches. What was taking place during that time with the disciplining and/or prosecutions of Crown Office personnel?
So it was a very different regime because they were employees, not agents, and there was an HR process, which meant that if someone at an office, there was a problem with someone in a Crown office, then they would be part of the they're employees, so they would be dealt with very differently than sub-postmasters.
And how about prosecutions?
I can't remember any prosecutions, but I might have misremembered that. But I can't remember any prosecutions specifically about Horizon issues.
In your role, what discussions did you have with unions who represented Crown Office employees about the approach to disciplining and prosecutions, albeit you can't remember any prosecutions regarding Horizon specifically?
So I had a lot of discussions with the CWU about the people issues and trying to work with them actually to try and make sure that our people were looked after as well as, so I had lots of discussions with the CWU.
So from your knowledge in your various roles, which have been discussed today, can you describe the differences in the level of disciplinary action and sanctions between sub-postmasters and Crown Office cases?
So at this point, I wasn't dealing with sub-postmasters at all. I believe in the Crown Office cases, if someone had a loss on the counter, they would be, I believe they could have so many losses within so many months of time. I can't remember specifically, but they would have, they would get some additional training maybe if they were new, or they would have support, because in a Crown Office you've got a branch manager standing there who can be helping them with any issues on the counter.
So are you aware of the reason for the differences between Crown Office staff who are employed and self-employed small business people as to the level and attitude towards disciplinary action and or sanctions?
So they were on a very different contract, so that's why it was different. One was an employee and one was an agent.
So would your evidence be that it's nothing to do with the ability to recover funds from sub-postmasters?
I don't believe it was.
Okay. At paragraph 360 of your witness statement, you say that your pride in working for the post office is now tainted by what has happened. Do you not understand or accept your own either active or passive role in what has happened?
Yes, I do understand that. That's why my 34 years at the business, which I was very proud of when I left, is tainted, and it's very difficult because something that you are very proud of like that is suddenly not right to be proud of it anymore.
Would you accept that, given your family background in a sub-post office and your family background in the NFSP, it might be said that you took the saying poacher turned gamekeeper to the extreme?
I find that quite offensive, actually. My family background, I think, enabled me to understand some of the issues that sub-postmasters were going through, and at no point did I think I was poacher turned gamekeeper. I believe that through all my career, I did a lot to help sub-postmasters.
Is that it, Michelle?
I've got a few more short questions, sir. Sorry. Would you accept that you shut your mind to the consequences of everything you knew and ought to have taken further, and that directly or indirectly led to sub-postmasters being wrongly prosecuted?
So in
I don't think the witness could answer that because she wasn't in any relevant post at any relevant time to this inquiry when people were being prosecuted.
Okay, sir. Okay. Would you agree that your actions directly or indirectly led to organisations and unions such as the NFSP and the CWU being misled to keep their concern to a minimum and avoid them putting their support behind the JFSA?
So I don't believe my actions did that. I believe that I was acting in good faith. I believed that the information I was given from experts within the business, and I relied on that information. If I had a regret, it's that I relied on information from people who I considered to be experts without demanding more proof.
That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, sir. Miss Lyons, my name's Angela Patrick. I represent a number of sub-postmasters who were convicted and have since had their convictions overturned. You might be glad to hear I've only got one document I want to ask you about. And it's about the Deloitte work that Mr. Blake has already asked you about. Now, he's asked you about April and May in the minutes in 2014. I want to look at one document which comes a little after that, which is Paul 3029733. And if we could look at the bottom third of page 1, I'd be grateful. We can see there at the very bottom third of that page, we see an email from you, Miss Lyons. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it's dated the 4th of June 2014. And I don't need to read those names, but do you accept that's the board?
Yes.
So it's a message from you to the board, and it's forwarding, and we see the header there, Deloitte briefing, message from Chris Ojard and Leslie Sewell, and it's marked strictly private and confidential, subject to legal privilege. And the message says, you're forwarding a message from Chris Ojard and Leslie Sewell, and you attach the Deloitte's briefing. Just for fullness, if we scroll up a little, we can see the message. It goes over onto page 2 as well. We don't need to read it all out because it's quite long. But, sorry, scroll down. See, dear all, as detailed in the board update sent last Saturday, please find attached the Deloitte's final draft board briefing received by us late this afternoon. And if you go down, It talks about features of the Horizon system, which operate to provide sub-postmasters with full ownership and visibility of their branch ledger, which maintains a complete and accurate audit trail. And the next paragraph, the briefing strives to be succinct and intelligible. However, the subject matter and scope to the review remains somewhat technical. And there's some bullet points which provide a summary. We don't need to go into those for now, but I just want to ask you one question. You circulate this message with the attachment and the summary to the board. Now, you've said you didn't, in April and May, read the Deloitte report, the original version. And I think your evidence is that until you were shown it by the inquiry, you hadn't seen the original report. Is that right?
That's my belief, yes.
Now, so you wouldn't have checked this summary accurately reflected the original?
No, because I wouldn't be able to do so.
And you don't recall asking to see the original at this time?
I don't recall asking.
I just want to ask you and to check whether this helps your memory on who might have completed the summary for the board and helped with the Deloitte summary. Now, was it Mr. Ojard and Miss Sewell who would have asked you to circulate this message?
Can we go down? Keep going down for a minute to see who the signatory.
Of course.
Yes. So this message has come from Leslie and Chris, and that's who I'm circulating on behalf of. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't check with someone before I did that. So I might have checked with Paula, for instance. It doesn't look as if I checked with Alice. So we're expecting this update and from Leslie and Chris. So I'm circulating on their behalf.
Okay. And if we scroll up to the very top of this document, we see that you circulate it separately to Roderick Williams. Can you see that there at the top?
Yes.
And you say, sorry, should have CC'd you in as you did all the work. Now, you're circulating a message from Mr. Ojard and Leslie Sewell. Can you remember now which of both of them might have asked you to circulate the document?
No, I can't.
And you're forwarding it to Mr. Williams saying, should have CC'd you in because essentially you did all the work. Does that help your memory on who was involved in the preparation of the final summary for the board with Deloitte?
So Roderick was a lawyer, and I'm reading into this now that he had the connection with Deloitte, and that he was, and so I would have said it was Chris Ojard, but that's only because I'm saying here that a lawyer did all the work.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. That's all the questions we have for you.
Is that it, Mr. Blake?
It is, yes. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Lyons, for producing a detailed witness statement and for coming to the inquiry today to answer very many questions. I'm grateful for your participation.
Thank you.
So we'll resume tomorrow morning with Ms. Fennells, I take it.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Jolly good. Thank you.